and the charts are bold. Dating bands rapping stories untold. Riding with rocket scooter AI, up we go reaching for the sky. Every train home never dies, on the edge as the numbers fly. Checking the charts, midnight glory, heartbeat thumping, another story. Green and red flashing voices loud, future kings standing on their cloud. Riding with rocket scooter AI, up we go reaching for the sky. Every train home never dies, on the edge as the numbers fly. The pulse ascending, mind on fire, never ending. Trees of gold, endless fight, push on through the endless night. Riding with rocket scooter AI, up we go reaching for the sky. Every train home never dies, on the edge as the numbers fly. Checking the charts, midnight glory, heartbeat thumping, another story. Green and red flashing voices loud, future kings standing on their cloud. Checking the charts with AI, up we go reaching for the sky. Every train home never dies, on the edge as the numbers fly. Checking the charts, checking the charts, midnight glory. Sanctuary in all its blending, mind on fire, never ending. Dreams of gold, endless fight, push on through the endless night. Push on through the endless night. Push on through the endless night.
What's up, friends? I had this crazy coughing spell a second ago. All right. Like, my eyes are watering. I was like, bleh, bleh, bleh. Coming to you live from Rock Scooter HQ. Here I am, fully cold out, flued out, but here, ready to roll. Do me a favor, friends, to start the giveaways today. Want to smash like button. You got 2 seconds. Just go down there, kick that thumbs up below you. We got in the morning, 300 people already here, 50 likes. So remember, the first thing you want to do is do that, as we're going to start doing more giveaways per number of likes. This is going to be the way that we're going to do it going forward. Engagement. It's like tipping your waiter with the thumbs up. So smash it while you can. I love y'all. Thank you. Good morning, guys. Fed day. FOMC coming in hot. Probably with the rate cut. Is this market going to do anything, though? Are we going to go nowhere till the end of the year? Flat and choppy, non-volatile until next VIX expiration? Probably so. I think until like next Tuesday, we're probably going to be doing the same nonsense. No rally, no sell-off, probably. I don't know, but I feel like flat to down is probably where we'll be going. Building up another leg down, possibly. I don't think we're going to rally to highs this year. Maybe next year. Starting off next year with that. So friends, what's up? Good morning. Howdy, y'all. Howdy, 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 howdy. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Great day for paddling. That's right. The flu still has you so very sick. Haven't eaten. Matt, you still feeling bad, bro? I'm sorry to hear that. Drink fluids. I've been slamming like tons of fluids, like whiskey. I had a cocktail yesterday. You know, keeping it light. Knock the edge off after a work day. Just kidding. No, I've been having green juice and soup and water, and Gatorade, tons of Gatorade. Wish I had a whiskey though. That'd be kind of nice. Every time Jerome Powell gets on, there's always a good short opportunity. Yeah. Hope we get a rate cut. Yeah. Man's a whiskey. In my dreams, I made myself a paper plane last night or something good. So like I was snorting something right before I came on camera. I was exactly. I've been like, you know, doing lines of crushed up Tylenol. No, just kidding. I was like snorting up my own snot. I was like coughing, like, you know, when you first wake up and your body's like, purge. With this like whole purging spell. Blah. Water is a great liquid when you're sick. Water is a great liquid at all times of life, for all life forms. Sick or not sick, water is always a good thing to have. Blah, blah, blah. Asia highs and lows are taken out in London. Oh yeah, 100%. I grabbed a sort of like small-ish short bet last night on 2 of my Fun and X accounts, probably because I don't care about them anymore, in a way that I got a message from them that says I'm probably going to be going live after my first payout withdrawal. So now I'm kind of like, let's just go for whatever. So I took the short, and when I woke up this morning, it was like down here, closed it out. It's like $4,000 between the 4 accounts. Nothing big. But yeah, so after I took my payout, so just letting you guys know, when people are like, oh, Matt's gonna be able to do whatever he wants because you know he's a huge streamer and blah blah blah. Nah, I'm the same boat as everyone else. So I think they're counting lifetime payouts now, number of payouts, but after this one, he reached out to me and said I'm being considered for live, so I don't think I'm gonna get the world record balance. So there's the news on that. So I'm like, whatever. Before that happens, let me just burn and churn and get as much as I can out of it. You know. Why did I take anything out again? Because I wasn't sure if I was going to lose everything if they just pushed me into live. So, just take all the payouts ASAP. Well, yeah, I mean, obviously. So, probably going to do that this week. I deserve real. I don't even care, dude. Like to me, to all the folks out there, you know, to me, the way I feel about props in general is the fact that anybody in 2025 gets paid a paper trade blows my fucking mind. Like, people have taken it for granted because it's the status quo right now. It's the norm. It absolutely blows my mind that kids can make money paper trading and they're freaking teens. Like, any real trader like looks at this from the outside. If, like, you just walked in from the outside, you're in a time capsule for like 20 years, and then you wake up and you come here in 2025 and you see this, you will laugh your ass off. Like how ridiculous it sounds. So it's great to get anything. Like, that's the way I feel about props in general. It's great to get anything paper trading with like no risk, right? So, you know, everyone's like, I've been telling everybody all year and all last year, you know, props are going towards this live transition. They're all changing. They're all going to be changing this year. The sim farm fund is over, or sim funding farming is pretty much going to be over. You'll be able to make some money sim trading, but nobody's going to give you infinite payouts, whatever. That's all coming to an end. Certain firms are starting to can a bunch of affiliates and influencers, like, you know, knocking a bunch of them out. Apex started kicking out a lot of them. Life Futures started kicking out a lot of them. Times are changing. I told everybody it's coming. It is what it is. But, you know, at the end of the day, I don't cry over spilt milk. When I'm live with Tradeify, they forfeited a 6-figure balance for me to push me to live. But they say in the rules are going to do it. So I'm not ever mad. I read the rules before I get into this stuff. It's people who don't read the rules that get mad. And when they change the rules, I'm like, well, that's what it is. Let me do the best I can. When I knew Funded Next were doing the live program, I was like, okay, I'm not going to take any payouts until I'm ready to go. And then when they said, you know, 4 payouts or whatever, I was okay, I didn't take any on this account. I just took one out, 120, just to have something in case I did go live. But the live account amount they're going to be considering me for is massive. It's actually so big. It's bigger than all my other live accounts put together, plus some. So it's not like they're just canning me and getting rid of stuff. I'm getting a fat fucking live account, like actually worth my time live account. So it's actually kind of nice. Not like the rinky-dink ones everyone else gives out. So it's actually physically impressive how much I'm getting, or how much they said I'm going to get. And that's kind of cool. It's actually an account that's actually worth my time. So, you know, you go live with some of the other firms, it's like, you know, 10K and 20K and like 30K, like less than 50K accounts, you know. They give me a substantial one. So they were like, you know, essentially, you know, the risk account is risk team's considering you for live. You had fantastic trading performance. They aren't like, you're amazing, you're amazing, you're amazing. Here's, you know, 15K account. None of that. They're like, you know, this, you have some of the best performance we've ever seen. And we really want to invest in you, blah, blah, blah. It was actually quite an honorable message. So it was really neat. Less rules when you go live. Yeah. Well, then don't cash out, right? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's based on the balance I have. So anywho, it's not really a disappointing amount. So I'm not even mad. But anyways, with the prop space, I mean, the ROI off of that alone to make, you know, multi 6 figures worth of payouts from these guys over time, for like, you know, 10 G's invested. It's such a huge return, with props in general. So, I mean, I think people in general shouldn't be, you know, should be happy you can get a return from paper trading. Wasn't right. Much less a 10x return sort of thing, you know? Yeah. Missed something on my Funded Next. I got a message that I might be going live with a big fat juicy live account though. Yeah, you see it as an RI game. Yeah, I see it the same way. Like if I go to the casino and I'm like running a table or running a slot, you know, and I win like 2 or 3 times in a row, big game. The casino, you know, they're gonna walk over to you and be like, hey, we're gonna move you from this machine. They're gonna be taking the machine apart, making sure it ain't broken, you know. So it's kind of like when it comes to the casino rules, like scoop your winnings and get and go. But there's a whole bunch of naivety in the prop space, which all these affiliates and stuff. That's why I've been sort of campaigning for the prop firms to sort of be very tight on who can be an affiliate. And they're all listening. They're all buying into the idea that the affiliate sort of program, affiliates need to be very, very, very well trained on the product to coach accurately. All these problems, people saying like this firm, that firm doing this. Well, whose code did you use? Oh, this person? Did that person tell you that this was a rule? Well, no, they didn't. Well, then there's a problem. So most of the firms have had enough of being bad-mouthed because affiliates aren't teaching the people the rules. That's why I'm honest with you guys. Like I've always told you guys, you know, pay attention to the live program. It's posted in my Discord. Hey, Funded Next live program. Read the FAQ. And so you always have to make sure that when you're trading these things, any of the props, that you know the rules and you know the rules back and forth. And because nobody really does and they change so often, where's your resource? Well, because of that, I'm segueing into my resource. We're building the world's most comprehensive prop listing website with real-time updates of all the rules. You get all the information in one spot. It'll score all the prop firms mathematically based on all their offerings, risk model, failure rates, and your own trading skills. You can type in some stuff like, hey, I've got $5,000 to my name and a 60% win rate. I like to scalp less than 30-minute trades. What's the best prop firm for me? And it will rank them for you based on criteria that meet your trading style. And you won't be left behind. You won't have to, you know, be surprised. Like, are there subjective trading rules, not subjective trading rules, subjective payout rules, not subjective payout rules? You know, how often do you go live? Do they forfeit your balance? Like everything will be in one spot. And we're building that right now. And I have a whole team of people building it, and we're rushing it out to get it out as soon as possible. So very soon, early next year, probably in January, there'll be a prototype website release of the prop scoring model. And so you guys will have pretty much everything there. Somebody says, yeah, reading is hard. I know, right? For some people, reading is hard. But another thing in their defense, prop firms change rules all the time. And some of them can be snaky, and Ninja change the rules underneath you. Like you're in the firm doing the thing. All of a sudden they make a release and sneak something else in, and then announce the other thing. You know, for whatever the case may be, you guys need some protection against that, whoever it could be. And no firm will get will escape our purview on that. So so that's it. Oh, my initial trade today. I popped a short at that same area I was short yesterday when we tapped it. It was close to like midnight-ish, somewhere in here. And then went to bed and woke up with some money. A little bit. A little bit. 4,000 bucks. Should I just full port all the Fund and X accounts now, just to make the balance like super big? They actually were, you know, oops. They were actually like, this is some of the best trading performance we've ever seen in the message. It was in a text. And like, essentially, I'm going to be getting the biggest live account that they've ever given out. I feel like they said, this is a very special case. We really want to invest in you. So it was like, okay. It's kind of nice. How many lots? One of them was, I think, 2, and one of them was 5, something like that. I don't know how big it is yet. I haven't gotten it. So I don't know. How many lots do I trade for overnights per account? It usually depends. Sometimes 2, Sonic. Sometimes I usually keep it small, 2 to 5. Small to medium, depending on how like certain I am. It's just the same as yesterday. I was pretty certain that we weren't going to rally pre-Fed. But yeah, anyway, so, you know, being the worst trader in the world that I am, according to some people, Fund and X seems to like me, so offer me pretty fat live account. That'll be my 4th live account a year. Not bad for them. Am I going to YOLO the live account? Just like with all my other live accounts, dude, I'm collecting like Pokemon. Most of them are rinky-dinky. Like, I say rinky-dinky, they're all, you know, less than 100K. Some of them that you go are really tiny. But, again, the purpose of a prop firm, in all honesty, the way I teach it, is to get in, make as much sim-funded money as you can, take that money, put it aside. That's your trading money for yourself. Don't spend it. Take that money, work your way through all the prop system, build a balance, have some money. Now with all that money, take this much of that money, put it in your own account, trade your own account. You blow it up, you got more money, put it back in. If you blow all of it up, you go back to the prop system and repeat. The live account they give you, I mean, it's all right. There's a profit split. It's tiny. Has usually have DLL on it, which is the worst part about live programs. DLL sucks ass, and that's why I hate live programs, and I hate the live accounts. Almost every single one of them are out there suck like that. DLL, no, you can't YOLO because there's going to be DLL on these accounts. So with DLL, it means you got to be extremely precise. You have to trade only a certain environment. Even if you put a buffer, it doesn't fucking matter. Even if you have a 20K day, the next day you still can lose 2K a day or whatever, and you're done. It completely sucks ass to trade with DLL. I hate it. But all live accounts will have one. So that's why I don't even care about the live accounts too much. They're not even fun to trade. Yeah, all live accounts are pretty much going to be have DLL on them. Yeah, it completely defeats the purpose, right? Who cares if you lose it, you know, 2,000 a day for 5 days? I mean, let somebody YOLO it. I mean, you have a 50-50 chance of making a huge return as a prop firm. If somebody sucks, they're going to blow it up in 1 day or 5 days. You're not doing anything but harming people that can scale an account properly. They're all like that, you know. it stops for the day. So hopefully fund to next. Every one of them is negotiable. So with fund to next, I'm going to negotiate for no DLL. That'd be great. All your prop firms, I don't know if Futures Desk does. They're all negotiable though. When you go live, always negotiate with the prop firm what your live account's going to be. I've gone live so many times that I know the process. Like one of my live accounts was doing so well that one of the prop firms told me that they were like, okay, we're gonna put more money into it for you, and we're also gonna change some of the rules, which is like a higher contract limit or a bigger DLL kind of thing. And so they actually change the parameters the better you do. I'm like, yeah, can I get no DLL? They're like, we kind of don't do that here. And I'm like, yeah, you know what I mean? But anyways, you try, just give it a shot. Yeah, DLL is the worst. If your account is negative $1,000, how much money can I make in a day not to break 50% consistency on a 50K account? Whatever. Consistency has to do with your trades relative to each other. If your account is down $1,000, 50% consistency to get it back, you have to get it back in 2 days, $500 a day, right? Because if you make it back at any faster, are you talking about going to zero or going to your profit target? It's from zero. It's from where you are to your profit target divided by 2. So if your profit target is $3,000 and you're down 1,000, then you can make 2,000 a day and still get 50% consistency on a $3,000 profit. Net negative 1,000 right now. So you subtract your profit target from where you are. That distance divided by 2 is how much you can make a day if you're trying to get 50% consistency. It's 50% of the profit. Being down doesn't count. It's your biggest trading day. I don't think that's true. Your biggest trading day. If you're down $2,000 and if you're down $5,000 and you have a $5,000 day, you have a $5,000 profit day. That's going to count towards your consistency, not to zero from negative. Wait, which firm are you talking about? From zero is correct. Maybe I've never had that situation arise. I would assume that when they say consistency, it's your largest trading day can't be greater than X% of your total profit. So, okay, maybe total profit does mean from zero. I don't know. I guess, are we sure all the firms do it exactly the same way, or is it going to be firm to firm how they do that? It's the biggest day, doesn't matter if you're down. Maybe we should like not generalize. Maybe we should kind of like check prop to prop. I feel like prop to prop would all handle that differently. I don't know. Let me answer y'all's question. I don't know. I've always assumed that your profit counts even if you're negative. If you go from like negative 10,000 to negative 2,000 on a $2,000 profit target, you've made $8,000 towards your 2,000. And if it's 50% consistency, then you need to make 16,000 on that 2,000 profit target to go. I always assume that, but that's the way I assumed it. I always thought that was what it was, but I could be 100% wrong. So I would double check. If somebody goes out there and asks that question to some of these firms for us and give us like a direct answer, let me know. Some of them, it doesn't matter if you're negative. That's what I feel like. I feel like the real answer is each firm is going to probably do it differently, that they're not all the same. Clearly they can't all be the same, right? Sonic, yeah, you better get that video in today though. I'm done with all the videos, so if you can send it today, send it over. So they'll consider your negative balance. They don't care your balance. It's the size of your trading day. That's what I always assumed, because like, where the heck's my mouse? Oh, there it is. Yeah, so I always assumed this was the case. Like if you were at zero and you need to make like $5,000 target at, let's just do 50% consistency, and you nosedive to like negative 10K, but you're still alive, You can't make 10K back the next day to hit a 5,000 profit target. At most, you can make half of that for 50%. So you would make 7,500 the first day, 7,500 the second day, and then you're at 1,500, which 15,000, which is the total difference of that. And still you're consistent. I always believe they would count negative balance gain towards your profit target because it's a profitable day. Now it can be read different ways. This is where commas and dashes become important in these rules, but I would clarify in plain English with your favorite prop firm. Is that the case? So I always assume the worst to cover my base on all of them, but maybe some prop firm will be like, yeah, it doesn't matter if you're zero. Yeah, you could full port yourself back to zero. It doesn't matter. So I don't think that's the case, but I could be wrong. I remember I think in my Tradeify journey, I remember some of my initial accounts back in March or April took some drawdown, like a big drawdown. And then when I dug out of the hole, my consistency was shot. Like if I took a $4,000 loss day, then I made 4,000 bucks back to zero. I remember it was like 20,000 profit to pay out instead of 9,000. I think I remember that, but I could be wrong. Even if you're negative, yeah. So ask the prop firms themselves. Good point. Good point. Yeah. Oh, so Michael is saying your new profit target in that example will be 15K. It doesn't count the negative balance as a new zero. So if you make $7,500 while negative, then you got to make 15K on that 5. Okay, well that's even worse than what we thought. See, that's what I'm saying. You guys all prove my point, right? This is a perfect example of why my new business is much needed, because nobody knows the answer, right? This is the stuff that we hope to be able to answer the question for. Have these kind of rules or AI based, ask the question for each firm and then be able to answer it, which is kind of the best part, right? How are we going to solve that problem? You have a very sophisticated question about a very specific trade setup. Who are you guys going to ask? Your favorite Twitter influencer? I don't even know. I'm a streamer. I don't even know. I don't know definitively. So this is what our job is going to be. Staff of a bunch of people to get that information for y'all. That's exactly what you guys just proved you need what we're building. So is it a violation to trade both mini and micro at the same time? It's not usually with most firms. Is it a violation if you trade more contracts than allowed on scaling rule? Again, I would say that I wouldn't risk it. I'd ask that firm specifically. Every firm handles it differently. You're concerned that my new project of making the prop firm grid, they will all become alike and hurt you? No, they're so super competitive with each other. My vision for the future in prop firms is that all of them, but like 15 of them will be gone at some point in the next year or two. Like essentially starting a prop firm would be a laughable joke at that point, because none of them will succeed, because the top 10 or 15 will hold a monopoly on all of it. They'll just be so well balanced and perfect that nobody can catch up. And that influencer culture is going to be dead. Most of the affiliates are going to be canned. And you won't have affiliate salesmen pumping out shit prop firms. Instead, you'll have employees of prop firms pumping out those prop firms. And you will see fewer and fewer ads on your Twitter. And therefore, new prop firms won't get any visibility. Therefore, none of them will grow and only the big ones will stay. So my theory on that is that the ones that do stay, even after we do make our site, will be so different from each other that it won't even matter. They're all going to find their niche and stay with it. Tradeify is going to push, their couple of accounts. And somebody might come out with something new and all of them might copy that same plan, but they're going to sort of be just like the casinos, right? Casino comes out with a new game, the other ones will have one too. But they're all going to have their unique flavor. I don't think we're going to have hundreds of new prop firms, 1,000 affiliates anymore in 2026. Like, it's coming to a screeching halt. Which is great, because I remember your Twitter used to be like a place for information, and now it's just a spam feed of ads, right? So only the select few from each firm will be pumping, affiliate code for that firm. And just like your mailbox. Yeah, like you're employed, and it's just because of the regulatory kind of like pressure and stuff. Yeah. You never heard the account balance meaning anything towards consistency, Eli? I'm in the same boat as you. My memory, that's what I remember, but I could be wrong, 100%. I would think that they don't care about the account balance. It's the biggest trade towards the account balance. So even if you're digging out of a hole, you better dig out of that hole small enough, you know? If you have a $5,000 profit target and you're down 10,000, what I said earlier, maybe that $7,500 thing was wrong. If you're down 10,000 and you got to get to a 5,000 profit target and you make that 10,000 out of the hole in one day, then you made 10,000 towards 5. So you need to make 20,000. So you have a consistency of 50% towards a total balance. The total balance is the total balance, not the profit target. So you think of it that way, digging out of the hole big will even increase your goal even further. So that negative 15 to 5 that I showed earlier, actually I was wrong when I said that. If you're down 10, you made 7,500 on the way up, you need to make 15,000 to pass in that example. So I was wrong. Yeah, so you'd have to make, to keep your same profit target, like Michaela said, you need to make 2,500 max. Yeah. That's it. To maintain the same profit target. So the consistency is still the same. If the profit target is that, then you can't make any more than $2,500 a day, or that profit target will grow. That's my understanding. Now that we're back. Isn't the balance at the end of the day? Yeah, and the balance is it's all calculated from the end of the day. Guys, do me a favor and smash that like button, friends. We're about ready to get started here. Remember, number of likes equals number of giveaways going forward. We're going to start, instead of number of viewers, we're going to start doing number of likes. So I'll let you guys decide how much free shit y'all want. Click that thumbs up button. 1 out of 4 of you tend to do it. It's your mouse just moves this far for that. It's like tipping your waiter, but it's free. And your waiter gives you many, you know, thousands of dollars of stuff a day. Hundreds of thousands of dollars of stuff a month. Free. Just smash it. What was my overnight trade? Oh, I shorted that same place I shorted yesterday. Remember that short I took overnight when we just kind of like goofed up to there? I might have been, I was here. It was close to like 10 or 11. I thought it was at midnight, but I think it was closer to 10 or 11. No, maybe it was midnight. I think it was, no, it was here. It was here. Like, I shorted in here. And yeah, because this doesn't look familiar. It's this. I shorted here. And I remember I was upside down when I went to bed. I shorted here, went to bed, woke up here. And then just closed out when I woke up. I woke up at like close to like 6:30, 7, somewhere in here. And I was like, oh, cool, I'm closing out. The trade I wanted yesterday with NASDAQ. You know what I'm saying? Remember yesterday when the S&P did exactly what I thought it was going to do? I just finished the trade. Remember S&P I thought was going to go up here and come right back down? And NASDAQ went up here and stayed there and broke all of our hearts because NASDAQ sucks balls. Well, I was like, well, screw you, NASDAQ. I'm going to do it again. And I finally got it. So, like I said, that NASDAQ was a little delayed yesterday on the move that the S&P took, right? Let's look at the overnights. Let me get this programmed in here really quick. We start off markets opening in 4 minutes. It is FOMC day. We are likely to get a rate cut with high probability, and probably the market's going to do absolutely nothing until Powell starts talking about the 2026 outlook. And I think with that, the market's probably going to be pretty volatile if he starts talking about uncertainties about what's going to happen. So a pop and drop could be very likely today, and Powell could just be such a negative Nancy about future outlook, and market can be stupid after that. I don't think the market's going to rally at all big off of rate cut. If Powell starts saying things like, yeah, maybe 4 or 5 rate cuts. But I think in reality, since we do get the dot plot this time around, it's mostly going to be the dot plot that's going to really make the move happen rather than just Powell's commentary. Because the dot plot is going to show the difference between people's projections last quarter and this quarter. And I'll compare them for you before Fed meetings. So we'll be very prepared for that. We want to see if the dot plot suggests more than 3 rate cuts next year, which is what it suggested last time. It suggested about 3 the year before and about 3 next year. So we should be getting 3, so we're on par. Will they be suggesting more or less? If it's less, this market's going to freak out and sell off. Promise you that. People are so on the fence here of Fed and so sensitive to it. And there's very much no bull momentum for the end of the year. I feel like the bulls are done until fiscal year next year. Nobody's going to go in there and waste money and ruin their bonuses in the last 2 weeks of the year. So I think that The bulls are done. So the only kind of news we can have is bear news to our people that are still hanging on to their longs, going to try to take profit while they can, get out of the way for the year ends. Because remember, year boundaries are like where people can report, you know, my firm made 6%, 7%, 8% this year. And if you're still holding on and market's tanking on dot plot news, you're probably going to take your profit and lock in for the year and be done. Because remember, these fund managers make their bonuses based on their performance. The government shutdown, who wants to risk losing everything with no data when you've had such a substantial gain from March and you can parade record gains around for the rest of your career that you had a record year in 2025? Nobody, that's why people are selling off and nobody's stepping in to buy here. People locked it in, they're going to buy next year. I feel like the bull market would start up again next year. Yellow line is margin buffer limit. So it's a pivot that's just a strong resistance if you lose it. To be honest, today could be the sell-off day if we get it. So again, I'm being very cautious because I don't see any bulls stepping up. Nvidia is not really doing much. Now, again, today could prove me wrong. The market can just rally straight up. But I don't feel... I love how XSplit keeps thinking Thinkorswim is a video game. Keeps doing that in-game overlay. Yeah, like I think we're done rallying for the year. But I don't think we're done rallying, period. So that's just my thought. Market's opening in a minute, guys. Like I said, we get at 25,000 today, NASDAQ. 67, low 6,700s S&P. It can get gnarly. I think till the end of the year it's just not. I'm gonna say bearish. I think it's not bullish. Like momentum bullish, like everything goes up, but I could be wrong. We'll see. Resiliences are positive at the open. We are having a mild flat open again. Remember, resilience will be choppy, not trustworthy at the open. Just give it a minute or two to reset. See what happens. I can kind of do the same thing I did earlier, which is, do I want to touch this? It's flip-flopping. Give it a minute or two to settle out. All right, NASDAQ is starting to sell off. Let me take a little bit of a small trade here. How the hell did it? Oh, oops. Negative res at the open. I got 2 here. I'll do 2 more there. Same setup as yesterday, for the most part. Probably won't crash out today, but we'll see. -3. Oh, it is kind of flat. Okay. Should I just like say fuck it and YOLO full port my on the next accounts? Like, why the hell not? All right, we've got so resilience is flip-flopping back to positive now, but it is flat, so we're not going to trust it when it's flat. I've got nothing but A+ setups down here at the bottom. Down at the bottom, I think MHP is coming up pretty soon. We'll see how we get out of that one. Should I just say fuck it full port, LOL? JK, LOL. Guys, do me a favor, smash the like button. The new sexiest smash the like button. We're gonna determine all of our giveaways based on likes, going pretty soon into the stream. I'm sorry, soon into the new rule set we're gonna do. How did I get such a garbage fill on this? This is not match price action. So, meow. This fill is like horrible. Down to the bottom here. Now resilience is flopping back but to positive. Middle checking video while we're here. Why is this frozen? TradeAway always freezes up. Come on. Completing that move from yesterday. I swear, this costs me so much money because fucking TradeAway bullshit. All right. I swear I got filled at like in the 40s. How did I get filled at 30? That does not make sense at all. Dude, there's a delay here. There is no way I got filled at 30. I filled right here. This is ridiculous. No way I got filled at 30 on this trade. No way. I filled right here. It was not 30. Hold on, let's see if this is delayed. 24. Oh, this is like somewhat, it feels like it's out of sync today. Oh, this is absolutely out of sync. This is moving like, it feels like there's some latency issue. No, this is in the desktop version. That's weird. Nvidia, bull long up. Amazon, good. Apple, good. There's no way when I pushed the button, it was at 30. It was here. It should have been like 40. I don't know. And this is the real account, by the way. This is not the prop account. First slot at 29, second at 32. Oh, okay, good. So I'm just being an idiot. Okay. All right, there we go. MHP, take the profit, take the profit, take the profit, and exit. Yeah, close. Cool, let's take that profit. Good deal. I'll take the quickie 1,000 there, and I popped that pretty hard in my fund to next. I'm kind of like going balls to the wall in fund to next now. Oh, simple dimple. Ooh, I like making $10,000. Could have held for longer, but hey, there's that Nasdaq trade I wanted from yesterday. Let's go. MHP tap to closed out. Done and done. Who's the best to ever do it? Live on stream, fully transparent, yada yada. You know the drill. And it keeps falling down. I could have held for longer, but man, I'm just like figuring this out. You want your full 40 points? That opening resilience, remember, we don't trust it whenever markets are flat. That's exactly what I was thinking would happen yesterday, and now we finally realized that. That's good. Although I only made $1,000 in this account. I traded MHP and closed out. But this is good. I could have held for a little bit more, but we all right. Took a trade against the rules again? No, I didn't. Resilience was, there's no rule. When you're in the middle, resilience is no longer considered as a leading or lagging indicator. You're essentially choosing to coin flip based on your best guess. Here, resilience opened negative, and it was negative. So I took the bet on the downside like I did yesterday. Not against the rules. It's from the resilience class. In the box, you can choose whatever you want. The only long pivots are off of the box with the positive res, and I needed to be plus 50 to take that trade. That's straight from class. You can choose whatever you want in the redistribution zone. With resilience sandwiched between minus and positive, it's really your best guess. And because it's a bullish day, I'm not betting on the market crash. I just took my profit, got in, got out, closed out. Remember, redistribution zone is the white number here. And when you open flat, which is within 10 points of yesterday's close, you're going to disregard it for a trend identifier or a leading indicator completely when market's flat. So it's going to be positive, it's going to be negative, it's going to be positive, it's going to be negative, it's going to chop and flip-flop. See, right now, the appropriate trade might be to take along of an MHP, which I'm considering right now because resilience is good there. I just shorted to there, and I didn't short to crash out. Just a quickie little play there. Looks like it's back up to where we started. Yeah, chop, chop, flippy flop. Yep. And again, I can set risk, I can set reward, and that's it. This one was 2 on here. I was gonna do 2 and 2 more. As long as resilience stayed negative, I was gonna close out in my first pivot, which was here, which is what I did. And out. And then set a stop. Same trade as I made yesterday. To be bullish on the open, to take the long trade, 1A open, when you gap down and I want to trade to next resistance, which is to fill the gap, then I need support on resilience. I need resilience to be greater than 0. And when it's flat, I need it to be greater than 50 for me to believe in the bull case to even trade it small to the long side. If resilience is less than 0, then I don't take the long trade. Does everybody understand? Everybody here? My background is in computer science. My background is in chemical engineering, but I've been a programmer since I was 12 years old. So over 30 years of programming for fun. And I was in like computer science classes and computer club and UIL, computer science competitor, and all that stuff when I was a kid. So everybody understand that? For me to take the long trade here, it's not against the rules. 1A with a small trade, I need resilience to be greater than 0. And when it's flat, greater than 0 still isn't enough. It needs to be like 50, strong enough for me to take along to next resistance. On a gap down, the next resistance is to fill the gap. So to take that long, I need a very strong resilience. And because it was just kind of joking around here, I was like, let me take the short and bet that we're going to sell. And that, not a strong decision either. And when you play off the box, it's just the R&R is pretty good. I'm pretty much 1-to-1 trade on that. Same as yesterday. Now here, the question is, can I long MHP? Like, why the hell not? Let's just do 1. So I didn't get filled late. I was just being a crybaby for nothing. And again, resilience is very negative, so I've got resistance in here, but I'm not going to trust it. I'm going to say the best I can get on a long is to bet that we don't close below here, leading into Fed. And I could be absolutely wrong, right? The reason to take a bet here is that we end up somewhere up here. Now, that's a scalp. And I would be very lucky if I get up there. I don't have confluence for that, but maybe, like maybe worth a shot, right? See if we get out of that one. And again, resilience is absolutely trash today, so there's nothing. It's 0, -15, not really that great. Just having some fun with some scalps here. One contract, keep it light. Well, I have resistance greater than 0. No, it's less than 0. See, this tells you the condition in real time. So here, when this white level is less than 0, it says less than 0 resistance. Here it'll say less than 0 resistance. That's what it'll tell you. When this goes above 0, that changes support just like it did just now. DD is not relevant anymore? Yeah, it is. But remember, you guys are going to boot camp. DD is relevant here. DD is not a decision maker here. It's a decision maker at bull zone and liquidity pocket. That makes sense. Resilience is a decision maker here at the box. Monthly resilience is a decision maker here at the monthly hedge pressure, and DD's a decision maker at the bull zone bottom. Do you have a fever? No fever today. Does the flat open affect MHP res? No. Just the res that's considering the open, the half gap resilience, which is the white one. That one has to do with opening and closing. If an open and close are nearby, then all stocks are already at the middle. This never. Like the hedge pressure ones, doesn't matter if you flat open or not. They're good. How far from options bracket half gap can we trust resilience? So remember, the rule of thumb is this. Now I'm just scalping to resistance, another 500. I'll pocket that. I'm not really sure it's going to break. I just traded from here to here. So I got the scalp from there to there, scalp from there to there. I can be done, happy for the day. Oh, I have a Fund X account. Let me close that out too. Okay, done. Let me... All right, now I'm done. Now we're going to chill. That was fun. In and out. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Why is it hard for it to fall? Because there's nobody maneuvering. It's the end of the year and nobody is doing anything right now. And market is not illiquid. It's liquid with low participation, which is less liquid, but still liquid. It's kind of like if you were to run an art gallery and every time you came across a Rembrandt, you auction it off for $20 million. And every day you had one, and every day somebody bought one. And all of a sudden, you acquired 5, and then nobody's showing up to the auction. Your very next day, are you going to show up and say, oh, nobody's here today. Let me sell it for 10 million then. No, you're going to hold out, right? Because you have proven buyers that price over history. It's a very desired item. And so you're going to hold out, right? And still offer it for $20 million. Maybe after years of nobody buying it, then you might drop the price. So auctions and stock market is in a similar way. There's no reason to devalue the asset unless people prove that it needs to be devalued. Just because nobody's stepping up and buying right now, markets just don't fall because of that, right? Think of it like that. Most of my trades these days have been on NQ, yeah. Mostly just because no reason other than NQ has been giving me like the better opportunity. Since like tech has become like the big push in the indices, NQ has kind of been like my new baby. But S&P is a little more stable, and I mean it's like they're trading almost exactly the same most days, with the exception of yesterday. So, does everybody understand the rules about resilience? Remember, at the half gap, you can do anything you want in here. Set a rigid stop, set a rigid profit target, and it's good. Resilience is your best gauge inside of here, but when the market's flat, stocks are sitting at the midpoint, it's going to be really choppy. So it'll be really hard to gauge any kind of strong momentum in a flat market. First thing we determine market is flat, we don't use resilience unless it's greater than 50 to take that long trade there to fill the gap, because it's a little random. And now Nasdaq just went up to 50, so now it might be a good long trade just to fill the gap there. Now we're greater than 50 in a flat market. Now it looks pretty good. So you need it to be very solid, and then 50 is just a rule of thumb. It can be whatever you think it should be. I'm like, I want it to be strong. This I'd consider strong enough. 37 to 47, I'd say, okay, that's about 50. That's really strong. Let's take the long to fill the gap. So like for here, I could very well make that decision to take that trade to fill the gap. No head twisher line today. It's all the way down here. And so why I chose to short out the door, because the very first moment that we had a read, resilience was like negative 30 on NASDAQ. And I'm like, oh, that's close to 50. Let me just actually take the short this time. And because it's a flat day, I can short and short again and set a stop just to bet that we hit some lower targets before Fed, which is exactly the flush I wanted to see yesterday. Remember my target yesterday was that we would end up down here at like 520 and 540. That's where I thought we would be ending up. So clearing out that same target. Am I trading with 100K? Yeah, this is $130,000 in this account. And my normal trade, my biggest trade is going to be about 5, give or take, between 5 and 10. My average trade is going to be between like 2 and 5 on NASDAQ. When I take a long, if I were trading gold right now, I don't know anything about gold other than it looks good, but we can run the liquidity map for you and see what gold's pressures are. Oh, from here? Oh, I'd be long in gold from here. Yeah, from here to there. If I were trading gold with a tight stop. I trade liquidity pockets every single time between these two zones. I like it. Not investment advice though. All right. This is a good run for a gap fill on Nasdaq too. But dude, they're both trading out of sync with each other. Y'all see that? I'm lucky to make what I did, so. Oh, so that 8, 9, 10, 11. 8. All right, guys, smash the like button. Remember, like button is gonna equal giveaways. I'm gonna do one thing going forward and one thing very strictly. I'm going to not do a single giveaway if we don't have 1,000 thumbs ups. So everybody has to do it every day. Every day, starting today. You have until 10 o'clock to click it, which is going to be 30 minutes after market opens. Thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, or no giveaways. Strictly based on on likes now. Everyone click it. Thumbs up. Love y'all. All right. All right. Wait, 9th in the finals? Oh, for Tradeify is still going on. I have not been paying attention to that. Hold on, let's take a look. How are you guys doing in that? Wonder who's still in it. I completely have been out of it for a while. All right. Austin's in 9th place. Let's go. That's great. I'm rooting for you, dude. That's pretty cool. 9th place gets $18,000. $18,000. Wow. Congrats, man. All right. All right, so what I'm gonna do is a very annoying repeating message from the bot that's gonna spam chat every minute until I click the like button. And if not, I'm gonna make it spam chat every 10 seconds every day until we train everybody. So let's make it every other thing that y'all say is gonna be a bot post. Let's see if that works. Between every line of what y'all say, it'll have a reminder. Let's see if that works. Can it be like every 5 minutes? I wish you could. The joke's on me, LOL. I'm gonna have the mods with their work cut out for them. I'm so diabolical. That's the usual thing. Those who execute the rules should suffer and get nothing. This is how it works. It's always the bad apples that ruin the bunch. It's always the good actors that get punished. That's how it I'm just kidding. I'm not gonna punish you guys. Y'all are funny. But I am gonna make a hit the like button bot post. Not every second. I was just kidding. Let's see if that does it. You didn't spam enough. Yeah, you didn't. Discipline. Can't be a disciplined trainer without discipline. Okay, this is a hedge pressure long potential again. NVIDIA has been trading down lower. How do I want to handle this? Do I want to take the attempt here? Maybe. With negative res though. Res has gotten slightly worse here. My finger's on the button. 25.6. Let's take it. Small stop, if wrong. All right, let's just play in the range. Monthly res is good, and on this bounce it's even better. So here, 21, here it's 50. So it's stronger, which means we can get a bigger bounce off of this, which is good. What do we have any more news today? Until Fed. PW saying the most crazy things on the stream right now? What's he talking about? Somebody said. He said he's saying like the most crazy thing. He's like dancing around with the belt on. He's doing like a little country hoedown. What the fuck is he doing? He's dancing with his Christmas tree in the background. He must be up. He's got shorts on. Shorts and a belt. What a goofball. That's hilarious. When you said crazy, you literally meant crazy. All right, one more scalp to there for 1,000. We'll lock that in for 3. Okay. Oh, should I close it early? My bad. All right, scalping back to open with negative res. Just playing that range a second time. Close it out. Let's go. That was another 1,700 here. And there. Like I said, just in and out. Like I'm not trying to play for anything other than tiny plays. Here we go. 1,600 on that account. 1,000 on that account. What else was he saying? Just being silly. That's funny. The internet trolls are getting hilarious these days, apparently, according to somebody's theory. Pat and I, somebody supposedly said that Pat and I collaborated to make this trading contest of his, and then somehow he rigged it so I would win or something like that. Man, these broke Twitter kids that don't trade are getting very, very clever with their... You guys literally watched the trades on the stream, and Pat was secretly behind the scenes pushing the button. Not like you guys watched me do all those trades or anything. When I go visit the BDH, the only reason, now I'll be 100% honest with you guys, the only reason I haven't left the BDH is the same reason I'm not in fucking Courchevel, France right now with my girlfriend, drinking my ass off and fucking opera ski every fucking day for 2 weeks, because the moment you take a break, the same reason I stream on holidays, I am gunning for #1 slot on YouTube. You do not take a day off. I'm literally trained on how to go viral at this point. I can't take a day off. I stream on holidays. I stream on my fucking birthday. I'm gonna stream on New Year's morning. I'm gonna stream on Christmas morning if I can. You don't go from 20,000 views a month to 1.3 million views a month without trading every fucking day and streaming every fucking day. Sick or not, I can't take a day off. That's it. I'd be in Courchevel, France right now. No, people are just making up random stuff. People just doctoring shit and making shit up. Nah, my lawyer's about to take care of it. So. Literally 100% fabricated hilariousness. Six, 7, oh yeah. Do I ever take a week off during Xmas and New Year's? Not now. Not until we're #1. So I can't take a day off of streaming. I can't take a week off of streaming. I can't stop the momentum. Now at this moment we're in the process of finding out who that is, so that we can slap him in the face with a 10-pound stack of papers. So We will find them. It's only a matter of time. How's the new car? Somebody asked. Oh, the new car is great. Dude, I drove to the supermarket yesterday and somebody was like, hey, honk the horn. I looked over. They're like, roll it down. I rolled it down. They're like, hey, can you floor it? It was a guy and his wife, like an older, looked like a Pakistani couple. And then like he was like, can you floor it? And then she was smiling and I was like, okay. Do I think going to the BDH can be beneficial to becoming number one? I mean, probably. Each me cross networks is beneficial for growth. But for me, it was like, I need some time to really plan a vacation. So I was going to go to BDH when IDOC and I are also planning a trip to Florida at some point. We're going to start traveling next year. So we're going to plan like a Disney World trip and Universal trip. And from there, we're going to probably stop by. Like I'll have to set up a rig to stream while mobile. I've had an open invite to go to BDH since Pat opened the doors. He used to tweet at me. He's like, hey, when are you coming by? Matt, trades with Matt. All of you guys, when y'all coming by? Because we were like, I actually called him out. I was like, we should go together. Me, you, get all the mats that we know and show up. Get like Ash Trades and Trade Brigade, and like we just have like 5 mats. I'll show up one time to the Mat Brigade. Rocket Man be the best fan to play for it. Oh yeah. So like I punched the gas. And I took off. And then I slowed down. The guy caught up with me. He was like, oh my God, that's my dream car. I was like, yeah. I'm really shy though about it. I'm not like real showboaty. I was like, yeah, oh man. I was like, I love it. Oh, and the other day I went to McDonald's and like this is one of the things I'm so like, I'm not your typical person that when they somehow acquire wealth or whatever in their life, they love showing off to people that don't have it. Like people are like pulling up to the front of a place, like, here's my car, everybody listen to the engine rev sort of thing. I'm always so shy about it. Like I'm the kind of person that's like, let me park my car down the street so nobody knows I have it. I went through McDonald's and there was a guy that when I pulled up, he opened the window, like the guy I paid, like the first window. He's like, you have no idea. Yours is like the coolest car. I love Aston Martin more than anything. I'm such a huge fan. It's like the coolest car I've ever seen. And he's like, look, I even got one. And he had this like 1962 Aston Martin like metal replica sitting right by his work. And he even had this button on his shirt that had an old Aston on it with the racing green. He's like, check this out, dude. He's like, this is my dream car. And I was like, man, I told iDoc, I was like, if I was a billionaire, I would go buy this guy his dream car and just pop it in front of McDonald's and put a bow on top of it. Because I always see somebody like that I'm like, why do I have something that someone else doesn't have? And I always have this like heart to want to give it to them. I was like, dude, how, like, you know, he's working at McDonald's. I don't know if he'll ever have his dream come true, but man, if he had that like 1962 or whatever it was, Assenson there, that would make his day. Help him trade. Now, he was geeking out so hard. He was like, man, he's like, you know, he's like, that one's really cool. He's like, you know, he's like, I know I like the new ones too. He's like, but man, nothing's better than the ones from the 60s. He's like, those are just the best ones out there. He's like, yours is cool, but check this one out. And I was like, just absolutely was geeking out over it. He gonna break out all day today? I don't know. How often I get noticed out in public from streaming? These days, a little bit more often than before. I have had a handful of people that we run across that know me because they're in other trading communities. Like iDoc's boss is in Big Daddy Max's community. And when she was talking about, oh yeah, my boyfriend's a trader, whatever. And he's like, yeah, I started trading too. And he's like, what's your boyfriend's name? And she told him, he's like, oh my God, I know him. I've seen his stream before. So it's kind of like that. Everybody's trading at some point. Everybody's in somebody's community and all the communities know each other. So that's kind of funny. Somebody recognized iDoc on the plane to Chicago a couple weeks ago. Line is below 0, but numbers are reading positive. Mine's pretty good. These are all good. The stream might be delayed from your platform because the stream is like maybe 5 or 10 seconds behind. And about tuning my car, I haven't done anything to it yet. Open an office in Texas, maybe at some point. But that, like, I had this moment. I was like, man, I wish I was wealthy enough to just gift people like something like that. Like go out of my way and like just drop that to a stranger. How cool would it be? Like, you know, if you know you're in your 30s or 40s and you're working night shift at McDonald's, clearly you're not going to go out there and be sending money on luxury item that may be a lot for the income. But man, like a fixer-upper, I was like, dude, I was like, man, I wish, and I was like, you know, I told Idak, I was like, if I have like a couple wishes in life, I wish that this guy gets his car at some point in his life. I was like, I hope he gets it. He was so geeking out about it, just like I do. And so I'm like, that'd be so dope. One of those old school ones, super classy. But it wasn't a supercar version. Like the old ones from the 60s are like more like town car sort of thing. It was this one right here. It was like a 62. I think it was called, I was thinking it's a DB4. This one right here. Actually, it was this one right here. Yeah. It was basically, he had like a little model of that sitting literally like where he was working. He's like, this is the coolest car ever made in the history of cars. Literally, this one right here. I don't disagree. It's a very sexy looking car, especially from the 60s. You can imagine like, you know, 1960s sexiness, like a straight up gentleman's car. I mean, look at, I mean, I know it doesn't look cool by today's standards, but like go back to the 60s. It's got that like really sexy sort of like bulbous curvature here. Very nice. That grill, like super nice. I don't disagree. It's a really nice looking car. But that was the one. And he had a little tiny cast replica of it, like literally there. And McDonald's, he showed it to me through the window. Yeah, straight up James Bond. He was like, check this out. He's like, I'm the hugest Bond fan. I love this. He's like, I've seen every movie a million times. The original. Yeah, the straight up original. The GT500, the 69, the Shelby. Oh, that's dream car too. That's the Tristan Tate Aston. Yeah. Do I think it trades between open and MHP today? I think that this is like the fact that I was able to short long again. Pretty decent to start off the day here. I honestly, I don't know, man. You put a gun to my head and ask me what I think is going to happen. I think post-Fed will be selling. I'm so scared to long this right now because bulls have not stepped up to the plate in any of the big tech. Maybe they're waiting for today to do it, but I don't see anything. I mean, Microsoft liquidity pocket, Meta below MHP, Apple below MHP. It's the same as yesterday, right? There's just no bull momentum or even hedging momentum. It's such a small move, right? Why did I short earlier? Because we were gapping down and resilience dropped to like negative, like almost negative 40 on NASDAQ. And I was like, whatever. And then it popped and I just jumped on the short right here to there. Then I flipped long from there to there. Then I long from there to there again. I'm just scalping the range between two really strong pivots. Negative resilience is resistance off the box, and then positive orange resilience is support off the line. So you have two competing pressures here, right? Super simple. There to there. There to there. That's positive, that's negative. S&P, both are positive, but S&P doesn't have any nearby strong pivots. S&P rallying harder than NASDAQ yet again. Deteriorating res, but not bad yet. So everything's solid here for S&P. I don't know, just like pre-Fed, I don't want to do much. What decides resilience? It's a market cap weighted flux indicator of where stocks are in their redistribution zone. So like if we do open and close and half gap for every stock, we look at where every stock is inside of this box, and then resilience makes a determination. If the majority of the market cap is above this white dash line, for the most part, and the index is not caught up with that potential move of it all filling its gap, then resilience will be positive to show that it's behind. It's a leading indicator. Everybody's waiting for FOMC, yeah. 2 p.m. Res isn't that great of an indicator with the flat open. Yeah, which just indicates choppy market, and it's been choppy market, right? Same thing, choppy, choppy, choppy. And so because of choppy, just wait, like touch extremities and wait for trades. Even if you didn't take the opening move, right? That's a risky move. Yesterday I lost and today it won. It's kind of like a coin flip. I'm trading it small, not putting too much into it, but monthly hedge with monthly hedge resilience positive was just 2 really strong scalps. A free 50 points 2 times in a row, right? That could be someone's entire trading day today. Well, I'll be here for FOMC, yeah. MHP stands for monthly hedge pressure. It's the gamma exposure maximum of monthly options on the index. 100%. Just the MHP twice, great day. Yeah, and then the funny part is you could do nothing else for the rest of the day and feel pretty satisfied with a day like that. Which I love. What's the goal on this account? Just to keep trading it. And trade a real account. Let's show you guys. Yeah, how I trade a real account. And then trade the funded next until they decide to kick me to live. I wonder how much. I might as well just take whatever I can get. I should probably take all my payouts then, huh? Before they kick me to live. How much do I qualify for? Let's see what I can get out. Let me just take what I can get. If you're short in S&P and long in NASDAQ at the same time, is that against most of the rules of prop firms? Yes, usually. Similar products like indices or gold and silver, they link them together like that. On the eval side, some prop firms are lenient on that, but you need to read the rules on just the eval side. When funded, you can't do that. How am I feeling today? I'm feeling a little bit better today. Oh, it's interesting seeing, looks like Brett and Pat have made up. How do I want to finish out this day today? Is today the big breakout day? So dot plot, let's talk about that while we're waiting. It'd be very important to see. So the dot plot, FOMC projections. let me give you guys a little boring FOMC lesson. This is very important for FOMC, guys. So we're going to go here on Federal Reserve Board.gov. You can get the September 17th projections, right? So they have this like, actually, I want the, not the projections. I want the dot plot itself, not just that. FOMC decision. Hold on. Statement. Sorry, FOMC statement. Where's it at? Release. FOMC release. Where the hell is it? Issues FOMC statement. Wait. Where's the damn document at? Oh, here it is. You go here. Okay. So summary of economic projections. Let me give you guys the, there it is. Found it. All right. So this link I just typed in chat is what we're going to look at. All right. I think upward pressure is doing fairly well today on the market. Okay. So this is exactly what you're going to care about. FOMCs. So they come out with this summary of economic projections. We're going to get another economic projection summary today. So once a quarter, you get this. And so what they're going to do is they're going to look at, these are their four, when they talk about their mandates, right? They're looking at four major things to decide on interest rates: change in GDP, unemployment rate change, PCE inflation, and core PCE inflation. These are the four things they look at. So these are your inflation numbers, unemployment rate, and GDP. So this is where the Fed's like major focus is and what they project. So currently they project in the change in GDP for 2026, 27, 28, etc. in the longer run. This is the longer run target, 5 years plus. And you can see all their numbers are here. And then they also show like expected range of variance in their model. And that's basically what it's saying. And so you can see that when Fed always talks about the 2% inflation target, it's it. That's it right here. This is there's their 2%. You can, let me make this bigger. Their 2% is here. So the Fed no longer cares about interest rates for inflation control, because inflation already is on par to go back to normal. The dot plot literally has 0% forecast accuracy. It's been on point for the last rate cuts we've had. What you're looking at is a difference. Let me explain to you. This is September, right? So the median rate currently right now, right, is 375 to 4. So let me show you how you can read this. 375 to 4 is here, right? And let me make a better color of that. So this is where we are right now. I'm sorry. We are here right now. This is 2025. You can see, and the projection is to go to 3.5 to 375 with almost a 90% rate, which is here. We're here now. The projection is to go to, or the anticipation is to go to here. This matches the dot plot completely. If you count up all the participants, the way this is every participant is one of these dots, and this is their vote of where they think we need to be for the year. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, right? $19 votes. Everybody's in here. So the average of 19 is clearly like what, 9.5, right? So the average is literally here. That is the average of this sort of distribution is here. And that's exactly where we are. So this is each member telling you where they believe based on this data we should be. Everybody has a different opinion on how to get this to target. We're here, we're there, and based on these things, we're going to change our own policy. And these are all, this is the way the data is all analyzed, where we are across the ranges for each one of these: inflation, employment, change in GDP, etc. This is everybody's projection of where we should be going forward. And this is how you can predict how many rate cuts we're going to get. So clearly this was accurate this year. We are likely to be here by the end of today. So if we were to look at the same 19 data points and say, where is the middle here? Well, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. The middle is probably here. So currently, because we had an aggressive rate, kind of like cut schedule, we may only get one more next year if we're on the average. But you can see that there's like a peak right here that's a little bit below the average. A huge chunk of people, there's like two camps. Most of the people think no change after this year. So if you divide it in half instead of just looking at the average, most people think that's it, no more change. Another group of people will be like, no, that's not it. Group number 2 is like, we still need to keep going, roughly to 3. So if I divide this in half instead of taking the overall bulk average, you have two camps. And even in here, you have two camps, right? Some people say nope. A lot of people say yes. And the yeses seem to have won. So you have the no's and the yeses here that say no rate cuts again. And these go, yeah, we need more. Over half, if not more than half of the Fed thinks we need at least more rate cuts. And then everybody sort of parks here for the rest of the time, rest of the years. So if you were to take it from two different analysis points, you can say that right now, right, after we end up here, you have half the people saying no more cuts and the other half the people saying maybe 2 more cuts. 2. So we either get 1 and 2 next year, or somewhere between 1 this year and 1 to 2 next year. And I said we might get 3 next year, but that's because I'm expecting optimism because of the new dot plot. So far, we're getting about 1 to 2 next year. If the new dot plot comes out today and it shows 2026 projection, like slightly different, then that's where the market's going to move. If this comes out and like we see like this, like some people in the no change camp start parking down here, right? Something like that. It gets heavier at the bottom, then market's going to go way up. People change their minds based on the data, but this is each member individually voting and saying, this is what I believe. Their minds can change, but their minds are changing slowly off of longer term data that comes out once a month, right? These projections or these data points come out once a month. So they're not like changing their mind every other day. And every quarter, this only shifts slightly. As a matter of fact, between June and September's, these didn't change at all. These pretty much stayed exactly the same, which basically states that between now and longer run, we're going to 3% and staying there. Which means over the longer haul, at best, we can hope for, 3 more cuts, period. Like maybe 4, but 3 total. That's it. Over the next 5 years, 3 years. So that's the way I think about it. 2027 arrows shows that we go down. Yeah, so 2027's distribution shows that we'll be at 3 by 2027. The average vote is here. There's a lot of people that think we need to go more aggressive to get to the targets, but the most people believe that we don't. 3 is the limit. So the bulk of the set is in 3, and the bulk is about here, and the bulk is like about here. There's a little bit more variance in the longer term, but the average is pretty much settling out to be closer to 3. So any way you want to analyze this, the average or where the hugest chunk of people is, or the 2 different camp theories. 2 camps, 2 camps. Now there's one unified camp, essentially, the remaining no change campers and the aggressive change campers. Most people sort of settle out on 3-ish with a little bit of a wider range. So if I were to make a guess at the end of this year, 3.5, right? Like the one that we get on FedWatch right here. We end the year at 3.5. Next year, we end the year maybe 3.25, 3 to 3.25. I'm putting the low end of the range right here. We might knock it all out in the first year. And then maybe 275 to 3. Best case scenario down here. going forward. And we lock in at 275, maybe 2.5 lower, but about here is where we're going to end up. So whether we knock it out the first year or knock it out over 3 years, that's really what we're going to see today in Fed. The announcement's going to be known, but if when the dot plot comes out, when they release this, we're going to put these side by side and compare. And now again, you're going to have to like, you know, trading's going to already move before you figure out how to read this, but at least you'll know what's going on. This is the most important thing. How aggressive are the rate cuts this year, early in the year? And when are we getting the next one? January, next June, whatever. So if any of the longer term outlook shifts up, that's going to be bad. If any of the shorter term outlook shifts down, that's going to be good. If any of this data changes, the longer run projection, this goes to like 2.1, 2.3, like it starts to taper up, inflation will probably be bad. Even though they're talking about this is not as important and their little quad mandate thing here, they've kind of reduced everything to dual, they certainly call it the dual mandate. Inflation and unemployment is what they're caring about now. The unemployment rate changing could affect this as well. So people are like looking at all this data at the same time. But it's likely that we get 3 rate cuts next year at best, 2 on average. Yeah. Is rate cut bullish? Rate cut is perceived as not bearish. So when Fed's cutting rates, the market and economy becomes more lubricated, lending becomes more fluent, and it's easier for, you know, for commerce to speed up. Fed's printing money, life is good, sort of thing. It's not directly bullish for anything, but it's bullish confidence in the market. So traders will bet on the long run bullish, and typically markets will respond bullish. But Fed changing interest rates directly doesn't affect everybody the very next moment in time. Will they post the numbers? Yeah, they'll post the numbers immediately when the announcement comes out. Yeah. Yeah, this trades for golf saying Fed funds rate only determines what member banks lend to each other overnight. Very little happening. Yeah. Right. So the Fed funds rate, when you deposit with the Fed, you get a return on that money. And so the higher the Fed funds rate, banks are more incentivized to deposit with the Federal Reserve rather than putting it anywhere else, lending it to other banks or lending it to you. So a lower rate, a bank can get a better return lending to a riskier borrower. A higher rate, then the bank may put more money with the Fed. So like less money going out this way and more money parking at the Fed is kind of what that vacuum cleaner does. So it kind of like dries up lending or lubricates lending. It's a whoosh fan or a whoosh vacuum that the Fed has. They're predicting a hawkish cut. Yeah, probably so. On 90% off, how much does it cost for 20 accounts? I don't know. The 30% P&L rule in Apex is that you can't take, I think, 30% drawdown on your P&L. Like you can't be like way high in your balance and then YOLO long and then hold through it, or else they'll deny your payout. Apex 90% off deal is on. Oh, nice. Nice. Let's put that on here real quick. Yeah, code Rocket Scooter still works for that. Why do I not like Apex? I don't hate Apex. I just don't like the subjective payout rules. I become less of a fan of a firm that may or may not give you your full payout. All right. Oh, damn. Selling some more a little bit here. Man, what a weird fucking trading day today. Long? Technically, yeah. But in special consideration of Fed, I don't know if I want to do anything right now. Oh. Important question, how lubricated? Very true. Lots of like Diddy level lubrication. Non-commit market, get in, get out. Fed's at 2 p.m. Eduardo, how do you add NQ to the platform? You'd have a futures data feed. Go to tech support, they'll help you with it in the Discord. Connections, you'll need to connect a CQG account with a broker, and you have to have a real brokerage account and buy futures data from them. So a lot of people deposit $500 into AMP and use an AMP account to buy their data. That's like the hack here. Most of the people, that's what they do. Does MyFin Futures let you trade news? I think so, but I'm not really sure. I didn't see the Diddy Netflix special yet. Austin, how would I trade the last couple days for in your position for the finals? Do you care about being top 10 or do you want to be number 1? You know what I would do? Like, don't listen to me, but you know what I would do? I would go all in on the Fed. I would find some crazy good pivot after Fed announcement and I would just hit it and either bust or go off with a big price. If I was in like 10th or 15th place where the price was like $5,000 or $10,000, I wouldn't care. I'd want to get the bigger price. But that's just me. Don't do what I would do. You don't want to blow up? Yeah, then trade it small. You know, wait for some volatility and play your strong pivots, you know. Can't tell you exactly what to do. Hold on. Personally, me, I'm like it's first place or no place. That's how I feel. Because it costs nothing to get to where you are, you know. That's how I would take it. Hold on, guys. Idoc is buying me shoes at the Hermes store. Hold on. I'm not buying, guys. I'm not buying the dip just yet. She shoe shopping. They have some like really nice styles in Europe that they don't have here yet. So she's trying to buy me some like shoes for Christmas. There was some like loafers and some tennis shoes with alligator print on them or whatever. She's like, you want these for Christmas? There's a snake in them boots. Yeah, probably. She gonna buy me some shoes? She shops more for me than she shops for herself these days. They're hitting up all the stores over there. Her and her sister like to collect like Hermes bags, and you know, her sister especially, they're like collectors of stuff. Her sister has like 100 Hermes bags. She literally has like a whole room full with a collection. It's so many of them. So they like to go out there and shop around. But I've never had a pair of their shoes before. But they had some pretty nice looking loafers. I don't even know. She shops with my card, yeah. Well, for these, nah, this is her gift to me. Alligator tennis shoe sounds pretty cool. They were pretty neat looking. I forgot my size though. QQQ shows liquidity pocket here. Not yet. Oh, QQQ, we're not even close. Oh, I had Nasdaq here. Yeah, no liquidity pocket yet. This is like I said, why are we chopping? It's pre-Fed. Like the market has no momentum to the upside. We've seen that for the last like 2 weeks. The market is literally going nowhere. It's hard to believe that the market's going to go anywhere right now when it hasn't gone anywhere. Now we've consolidated lower for like longer. I think we end up lower today, and I still think we end up lower. I said last week we're gonna end up lower, and I think that we're overdue for just like a quick flush day, like something like that. So I'm not at all. I'm taking scalps a little bit at a day, just like I've been doing, and not betting on big breakout runs. Remember, we sold off for a reason. People are done for the year. And y'all want my opinion, we finished out the year here. And then at the end of the year, at least when we roll over to new VIX, roll over into the new year, it's going to take until the new year to keep pushing. So we got a month until we're breaking out. That's how I feel. Yeah. How do you usually play Fed day? I wait and let the Fed tap some really strong pivots like today. If the Fed, you know, let me get this really quick. Here, if the Fed actually moves the market around, I will trade strong pivots every time. So imagine that we're like up here and then Fed says something and the market like dips to there. I'll trade on the bounces. If we're down here and then Fed something and we dip down to there, I'll trade off the bounces. So I usually don't bet on the direction. I bet that the market's going to move rapidly, and I try to scalp out at least, you know, my 10 and 40 points, 10 and 40 off of just runs. So the better runs are we fall to really strong pivot with good support, and then I go in and long it. Take a note that DD ratio has dropped down to 67. It's still bullish, but it was in the 80s yesterday. Check your text. What's up? What's up, girl? Thank you, thank you. You're not buying them today, are you? You buying them now, or are you buying them later? Hi, Doc. Hi, Doc. Oh, okay, cool. Thank you. Oh, those cream ones are cool looking. I don't think I would wear them though. The brown alligator ones are pretty dope. The loafers for sure. Like I love those a lot. I need a good pair of loafers. That'll match my yacht. Very nice. Yeah. Save your money, bro. Yeah, probably. I don't have a good pair of loafers though. I tend to get memed a lot because I wear slides almost everywhere I go when I'm wearing shorts. So I need some adult shoes so that my toes don't show. Why is the giveaway bot not spamming that message? And I told it to spam. Let's get back to it. Guys, smash the like button really soon. We'll be doing giveaway. Offline interval. Smash that like button, friends. We'll get ready to get started with the giveaway soon. 770, getting close. You're trying to film a rap video? You want to borrow my yacht? Okay. It's my imaginary yacht. I had to Photoshop it. It doesn't exist yet. I'll be streaming through Fed meeting today, Goff. Yes, sir. We'll be doing by the way, this weekend, it's not like the folks in Discord are planning a meetup Saturday afternoon for you guys. We'll go to Top Golf, probably the one in west side of town, probably Katy or something. If you guys are in Houston area or want to come down to the Houston area, there seems to be a lot of interest. Sir Darb, Ali, Engelbert, Karaoke, Cartmill. BJ. Oh, nice. BJ's coming too. Sweet. There might be like 5 or 10 of us. I'm gonna invite some peeps. Come out there if y'all want to come chill, play some Top Golf during the afternoon. Why golf? No, I mean Top Golf is not real golf. Top Golf is like get drunk and hit balls. Kind of golf. Bit rough from London. Yeah, you can make it. Saturday afternoon. Yeah, probably like 4 p.m. Yeah. We'll do the one in Katy in the city. Hold on. I'll reserve the spot here. Hold on. Let's see. Top Golf. I see that'll be the one in Katy. Probably the one that's. There's also one way out south, but that's like way too far. Is there one in the Woodlands? How many Top Golf? Not Top Golf Houston. There seems to be. Wait, Top Golf Swing Suite? No way. Oh, that's an indoor one. Okay. I've never been to one of those. There's like an indoor Top Golf? It's all simulator? What? Where's that at? Okay, we're not gonna do that one. We're gonna do like the regular. Yes, the one in Katy. Yeah. I don't want to do simulator. That's not it. That's not as fun. Sounds like real golf. Yeah, just drinking and hitting balls. Yeah, that's kind of like real golf. Price action, just booty. Yeah, like... This week is going to be weird. We got to get through Fed to where we can pick up... The market needs to drop before it can rally. This is why I want people to, like, probably maybe, you know, kind of... Sort of... kind of come to terms with that. The market being flat has not picked up spontaneous rally. You're going to need a news event to kick people out. And I think just we're going to coast till the end of the year. And I'm still kind of stuck on that. And Fed might drop us lower. You're showing in CQG on Rocket Scooter. Use Iron Beam as one of your partners listed, but now add a Rocket Scooter. Disable your trading ability in your live account with Iron Beam. No, it doesn't. You just can't open a CQG connection in two places. So if you open your stuff here, it'll close it somewhere else. So if you added Rocket Scooter and disabled your trading ability in live account, Sam, you have to talk to them about getting a dual connection. CQG is weird about allowing you just to connect, or not weird, but every futures broker allows you to connect in one place and that's it. It prevents account sharing and all that kind of stuff. If I try to log in Tradeovate, my live account downstairs on my laptop, it'll kick me out of the one on this computer. It's the same thing. Now, what you have to do is you can purchase multiple connections via CQG. So you can pay to be able to unlock trading in two places at once. You're in Kingwood, Calvin? Oh, hell yeah, dude. Come on out. Let's do it. Game Grim, Topgolf is cool. Could stay there all day. I really could, right? I could play Topgolf like pretty much all day. Come on out, Grim. Come party with us. Even if you're not in Houston, y'all just come out. Y'all come play out. Kingwood, what? Kingwood is like the northern part of Houston that's all like beautiful and wooded. Houston, people say, has no nature, which they're pretty much right. Except for if you go north. If you go like north of Houston's actually really nice. It's really pretty. It's like the Kingwood area is all like master plan communities, wooded, you know, drives. It's just like they kind of preserved all of like the beautiful nature. Look how nice that looks, you know. So you go out to like North Houston, the Woodlands. It's all still kind of nice. The rest of Houston's kind of like ugly looking, but and it usually floods. Oh yeah. You have a night Topgolf in Orlando. Oh nice. Oh yeah. Always a chill time. I have to go to Extreme Off-Road Park and Beach. Nah, where is that? I've never been there. Is Cypress good? Yeah, Cypress is pretty chill. I like that area. It's very like the North Houston, Cypress, Kingwood, Spring, Woodlands is all like bougie suburbs. It's like our version of a Dallas, except it's prettier and nicer, like looking. Dallas is just like a flat suburban sprawl, but like Kingwood and Woodlands is like beautiful wooded, you know, landscape. So it actually feels a little naturey. But you grew up in Fifth Ward? Oh, nice. Hell yeah. I lived in Fourth Ward, my last house. So and that's at Houston. Probably when you grew up in Fifth Ward, it was probably Fifth Ward in the 80s and 90s was like the murder capital of the world, though. Hopefully you didn't grow up at that time. The freaking crack epidemic came from Fifth Ward. Changed a whole lot since then. Yeah, it's so different now. Fifth Ward is crazy. Third Ward is even crazier because it's so gentrified because of, you know, it's right by the university and everything. The Third Ward is like bougie now. Hell yeah, for the ghetto boys. Yeah. Like the good old days. Fifth Ward used to be scary when I was younger. Fourth Ward used to be kind of mad too, but Fourth Ward is one of the milder ones. Because that's like close to the Montrose area, and that kind of got like super, you know, like gentrified super quick. What's the Rocket Scooter code for Apex? Is Rocket Scooter. By the way, Apex is 90% off sale right now. Code Rocket Scooter does it. Apex is flying out to Houston just to meet me next week. They really want to work out a partnership deal. I'm gonna stand my ground with Apex. I really want them to promise a more rigid payout structure, or the subjective payout structure. I mean, they're coming here from overseas just to chat, so it's like a big deal. So we'll see if anything comes out of that. You always said you lived off the second most murderous street in the nation when you're at U of H, Scott Street. Bro, dude, like when I went to U of H, my very first day of senior year, when I went to go to my design class, and I went to the Burger King right there on Scott Street. I was in line. We had a break in our chemical engineering design class, senior year. And I'm in the line and while I'm there. Okay, looks like we're breaking yellow line, you guys. So this is this could be a pretty nasty little fall. I'd love to grab along a DD van if we tap it. Yellow line is not a long entry pivot, it's an exit pivot. So I'm not going to try to buy the dip off of it. When you lose it, though, it can cause high volume and some additional selling. So if we're losing it, I'm going to look to buy off of these bottom supports here. But anyways, I was in the line at the Burger King. There was like just like a group of people in the parking lot, and a fight was breaking out, and everybody's like standing in a circle, like shouting and shouting and shouting. And then you just basically saw the fight break out because it turned into like chaos. And then, you know, I'm in line in the drive-thru, and maybe like, you know, 20 feet over, a huge brawl. And all of a sudden, you know, as they're fighting, then I hear this like, pa, 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 like a shootout. And it turned crazy because, like, you know, when I looked, people were just running towards me like a freaking herd of elephants, like fleeing, you know, the gunshots, like diving and ducking and jumping into bushes. People were like climbing over my car, and I'm sitting there like, and I hear pa, 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 pa. And dude, I was like, and I'm stuck. I'm in the drive-thru. I can't back out. I can't go forward. I got cars behind me, cars in front of me. So I'm like basically like getting as low as I can, you know, trying to like take some cover. And I fucking go back to class, and I'm like sitting there like this, like my hand shaking and stuff. I was like, shit, like the adrenaline rush. You're like, you all right? I was like, man, I was dodging bullets at lunchtime on Scott Street. Yeah, it was pretty scary. But like, you know, I wasn't packing anything. Obviously, I'm at school. So, you know, I couldn't, nobody was shooting at me, but a straight bullet could have, you know, punched anywhere in that car and hit me somewhere. So I had nothing to cover. Like, I didn't have my backpack or nothing to like put there to kind of, I was literally naked with between the guns and door. So, you know, I was just like, and I was pissed off the whole time. I was like, my thought at that time was not even like, at that moment, I wasn't even really scared. At the end, I was kind of like freaked out a little bit, but in the moment, I was pissed off more than anything. I'm like, this ain't the way I'm gonna go. Like, if this is the way I go, this sucks. I can't even fight back. Do I carry? Oh, dude, I've got an arsenal. Do I carry? Like, I literally have an arsenal. I don't show it anywhere. But yeah, no, I'm fairly well trained in weaponry. Anyways, yeah. I'm not the kind of person who likes to take pictures and show it off. I'm very low key about it, but like if anybody were to ever break into my house, kind of thing, you're fine. Ask Apex about the banned eval traders who are never considered for live. You can't trade live with them anymore. Never reply to their emails. Yeah, if you have a question for Apex, send them to me, because when I meet with them, I'm going to talk to them. But yeah, that was a crazy story, man. That happened to you in Pasadena? Oh, dude. Yeah. Is Apex going to do a live program? That's a question I'm going to ask them too. No more subjective payouts. That's the big one, right? And the last time they seemed to be like, we don't think that's, you know, we're going to change our FAQs, but we still kind of believe you know, what we're doing is the best approach. I really want to convince them that, you know, try to have more rigid rules and like Apex will thrive again. I'm giving them some time to see their market share change to a degree that they really kind of want to reevaluate, you know. Come and take its sticker on the back of the Aston Martin. There you go. Oh, where do I live in Texas? I'm in Houston, yeah. But that was a like I said, I'm like, you know, ducking for cover in my car, just pissed off more than anything that it's like if I was gonna get robbed and somebody was mugging me and they were gonna like stab me to death, I wouldn't even be mad. I'd just be pissed off more than anything. Like, this is the dumbest way to go. Like, why? You know what I mean? Like, I would just be more annoyed than scared. I was very like, this is the stupidest thing. A stray bullet, that's it. They didn't even get any money out of me. No robbery, nothing. They'd even benefit somebody. How stupid. And then when the adrenaline, you know, kicked in, I'm literally sitting there in class just like my hands shaking and stuff because that adrenaline rush. But yeah, I don't think anybody got shot. I think people started firing their guns and but then you could hear it's like because there were multiple people shooting at each other. So you should imagine like just kids diving behind cars, just firing their gun in the air, their wrists flipping around, not trained, not knowing how to shoot. You ever watch videos of that where people are like shooting each other inner city and they're just like arming their pop 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 pop, and their wrists is like moving around where they're shooting. The bullets are fucking going everywhere. Nobody gets shot except for strangers, you know, 200 yards away, sitting on their front porch. Yeah, so that's why my thought is like, dude, these people don't know how to, they're not even shooting each other, they're just shooting. You know what I mean? So dumb. Anyways, nobody got, it didn't look like it. I didn't, you know, when I got my, by the time I got my burger and I hauled ass out of there, I turned back and looked and there weren't like bodies on the ground or people still there. So I assumed that nobody got hit. Die in the bathroom because it's too much green juice. Yeah, I know, right? Going back to yellow line. See, it's not normally a long pivot, but it does pivot. It's just not one of our entry targets. This has like been like, you know, good scalps off of here, but this has not been a definitive trading day. I'm gonna be very standoffish, you guys. I'm not gonna lie. I might want to take lower lows to long off of, but that's basically it. Well, these days though, you drive to U of H 3rd Ward and it's beautiful. Huge difference, right? Let's see if I can have some pictures, some then and nows. It's all like, let me see if it says anything. I don't know why it's not playing. It's really nice looking now when you go over there. Let's see if this plays. Oh, I found this like then and now. So this is like right where my university was. So there used to be nothing. And now it's like, you know, townhomes and paved roads and stuff. You know, just really old. all the houses getting ripped down. People are starting to really build out over there. 2009 to 2022. 2009 was right after I got out of school. There's a then and now. It's changed a whole lot. Oh, dang. Look at that. Wow, it's so clean and nice looking. It's so different. So that's where that we were talking about earlier. That's where I was when I got that Burger King story is from that. Your limit order didn't get filled by a tick twice in a row. Dude, that sucks. This open and close arrangement with resilience work only during the market open. It works all the time. It works all the time inside of that box, a redistribution zone box. Yeah. I like Airsoft. It's very competitive. Airsoft looked kind of cool. I mean, I used to play competitive laser tag. I know that's the dorkiest thing you ever heard in your life. So Airsoft would be something I'd like to do, or paintball. It's the same type of people. My type of people. Laser tag kids that would be playing Airsoft, I'm sure. I wonder if I have. I wonder if I can find pictures of my old laser tag team. Somewhere. I want to see it, how cool we were when we were kids. Bum, 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 bum. Airsoft would be fun though. It's an investment for sure, because there's all kind of stuff you can get. A laser tag song being made right now. I know, right? I know I got them somewhere. What's up? Noah was like, gotta say, I've been in streams for a while now, never chatted, but gotta say, love the way you interact with the community. I know everyone's name. That's so sick. Keep it up, man. Well, thanks, man. We were the smallest community for the longest time. Well, we were tight. Like, we were small and tight. And it's only like this last year that we just blew up and went viral. And now we have, you know, hundreds of thousands of new faces coming through here this year, and meeting all kind of new folks. And there's a lot of inside jokes. There's a lot of inside chatter, but we've always stayed cool and, you know, kind of kept it like a family, even as big as it's gotten. Mary, sorry, sure you've covered this, but the orange line in QS25600, yeah. Is that dynamic monthly hedge pressure versus the monthly hedge pressure on the platform? Correct, 100%, yeah. This will be automated fairly soon. It is automated now. I'm just double checking before we release it live. And I've been sick, so I have not finished my work. I have to check months of data to compare this result with our result. It goes live. Your father-in-law worked for HP in the 5th Ward? Oh, dang. When revolvers were the standard issue? Ooh. I'm sure back in the day that was a fun time. Street cred level dorky for laser tag? Oh, yeah. Is it even worse that we were the top laser tag team in the world for a little bit? I mean, I don't do anything to not try to be #1 at it. Houston was pretty damn competitive. I'm not making that up. Let me show you guys. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. I think there's even a Wikipedia article on it. Y'all want to know that I'm not making it up? Here we go. Hold on. Here's Laser Quest. Let's see if I can find it. I think they had the standings back here. Here we go. This is the one. All right. So back in the day, how far back do we go? North America Challenge. Here we are, baby. Houston, #1. Winner, #1. This is all the teams in North America. Houston, baby. And then we did okay, like, as the years went by. 2004, here we were. 2005, here we were. I was in college at that time. 3rd place, runner-up. 3rd place, 2nd place. 2007, 1st place. Let's go, let's go, let's go. I'm not kidding, baby. I'm a fucking world champ. Even at that. World champ trader. I mean, listen, a world-class athlete in one sport is a world-class athlete in all sports. That's how life goes. That's some pretty gnarly, nerdy-ass street cred, I know. That was my means to travel when I was a kid in college. Save up some money. Full contact laser combat would be dope. Yeah. Your son's Boy Scout group had epic airsoft battles. I watched some of my YouTube feed stories show up with like airsoft battles, and it gets pretty crazy. There's people that like, there's snipers, there's grenades. It gets a little nuts. This, guys, this has been slightly untradeable day. If you've been lucky to grab some of these scalps at these pivots, good for you. Like, this is just tough. This is not one of our long entry pivots because it's more of a coin flip, but it is a pivot. Just we don't have any confluence to go with it. That's why we don't take it. There's no yellow line confluence. Laser tag, if you know, old school fun. Yeah, and Laser Quest went bankrupt. Or not bankrupt, but like, it's not bankrupt. It was going bankrupt, and they closed down all their North American centers. They're still thriving in Europe, though. But all, like, pretty much, like, I don't know, 40 or 50 different centers that they had all across the United States are all gone now. Kind of a legacy gone. The Laser Quest was my favorite brand of laser tag. It was so good. I actually looked it up. I was like, man, maybe I can refranchise it back in the States. People like nostalgic things these days. Like Putt-Putt is starting to come back. Dude, look at this run up here. Yeah, so, you know, again, this last week or so hasn't been super tradable. And if you've been, you know, obviously struggling with this, I mean, who can trade this shit, right? That's a little tough. MHP every single time long has played out for the most part, except for one time. Bounce, win, hit, stop, hit, win. So 3 out of 4, which pretty much matches our stats we tell you guys, right? So the MHP same side close stats from the boot camp. Is I think on the upper side 73%, right? That would be this one right here. 73% of days close above, and you might mirror the fact that, you know, more often than not, it's going to try to bounce. So the scalp, fail, win, lose is, again, the statistical way to trade. Stab it every single time. I haven't been, just because I don't want to trade much today, even though I could be stabbing it every time. You weren't even born in 98? Bro, now you make me feel old, dude. I was in high school in 98. If I can get Apex to where I want them to, would I see myself trying to trade 20 accounts? Probably just for show, like to try to get through their program. Just like these other ones, right? I only traded the props just to go live, just to show that I'm the best to do it. Literally for brag rights. That's it. Like, my goal is not to trade props. I wanted to learn how the prop system works, kind of get seated into it, and then, you know, beat it, and then move on. I'm not really thinking like I want to trade props, but I could. And if Apex changed their rules, I would gladly do what I did with Fund and X. Try to whip up a big balance, take the payout, and call it a day. Let me upload the bootcamp video, the new one. We covered yesterday was Commitment of Traders. Was a really nice one, right? Did y'all like that one? It was a really good one. Best bull and bear setups. Are you guys enjoying the boot camp, by the way? Those have been taking it. Has it been pretty good experience? Eye-opening? What have you taken away from it so far? If you guys have taken the boot camp or are taking the boot camp, do you mind going to Rocket Place and leaving a review? If you go to your dashboard and go to My Purchases and just leave a quick review about your experience so far or your experience while in it, that would mean a whole lot to me. Obviously, we love seeing reviews come through. Like, we gave away 1,000 free seats, so it'd be nice if I can get 1,000 honest reviews. You know, something good, say something bad, say anything. Nothing but honesty. We like to see what y'all really think, and it helps us drive feedback for us to change and adapt and create better program for you guys. This bootcamp iteration, do you like this better than the other iteration? My next question for y'all. We've modified the layout and the design of the classes a little different. Is this iteration made the one that we made better? I can't even talk today. And the last one? The new bootcamp better. Very fluid, right? We're very well versed in everything we teach, and the structure just is like a polished version of the last one. You see him make an account on Rocket Scooter. Wait, why not? What the heck, Jan? What are you doing over there? It won't let you make the new account. Do you already have one or something? Put feedback where? If you go to your dashboard, log into the website, go to your dashboard, then you'll go to your My Purchases tab. And like anything you've bought, you can leave a review on it. So let me show you how it works. Like if I were to go to here and click on My Purchases, and I can just pick anything that just something random. Like I can click this thing here. Wait, where did I leave the review on? Oh, see invoices. Oh, maybe that's not there. Hold on. Maybe I don't even know where I do it anymore. What the heck? It's not there anymore. Hold on. Maybe I have to go to my courses or... Well, now I just feel dumb because I don't know how my own website works. It used to be there, and you had a hit purchase history tab. See invoice. Oh, view. That's how you do. Oh, my bad. Okay. You have to click view. And then on view, you leave the review somewhere here. There it is. Yeah, you have to click view. My bad. So essentially, you go back to what it is. Then you click view, whatever it is. I thought it used to be here, leave a review, but view does it. So if I pick view, then I go down here and then I can leave a review and then leave a little review and submit it. So anything that you've purchased, you're allowed to leave a review for. So if you don't mind tossing us a review about the bootcamp, we love it. Blame it on the syrup. Well, it's funny because I kind of did drink some purple drink today because I chugged a Sprite right when I woke up, and then I took some cough medicine. So I kind of did wake up to some drink, if you know what I'm saying. My Houston folks know what that is. It wasn't purple drink, it was orange drink though, because it was the Dayquil plus Sprite. Deconstructed perp drink. Here we go. Robo tripping. So I should come to boot camp today talking. So we're doing open at the close. Chopped and like rocket scooter, chopped and screwed. Let's go. Yep. I just put spinners on my car. Got me a 40 ounce Route 66 cut from 7-Eleven, full of perp drink. I'm ready to cruise in my lowrider with my spinners on. With the Swisha, yeah, with the Swisha sweet, hang out my lip. The difference between the bright and pale yellow lines. Okay, so these right here, this is monthly hedge pressure dynamic, just a pivot from overnight, and this is a longer term margin buffer limit pivot. They're just two high volume pivots to consider. This yellow line usually is a make or break for a longer trend. Like a bigger bear sell-off will lose something like this and pick up momentum. So we kind of want to see the previous recapture of this 542 level and this 36 level just to hold the better bull market. The fact is we're not losing steam, so it's not really super bearish, which is good. Mike Jones, Ryan Shoddy. Mike Jones. They used to go out his phone number. Oh, I don't doubt it. Was that his real phone number? So if you guys aren't from Houston, drank or perp drank or purple drink was they would mix Dimetap with Sprite, like half and half. It was not Sprite, it was yeah, I think it was Dimetap, or they would mix it with vodka sometimes. But mostly it was like soda and cough syrup, and they would just basically drink cough syrup. Sometimes put some liquor in it, but that would really fuck you up. But yeah, Dimetap and Sprite was a cocktail people would drink. And then like life would just, you would like literally just like slow down, and it started the whole chopped and screwed rap movement in like the 90s, like DJ Screw, and the music was basically just like slowed down versions of every song you ever heard, which mimicked the feeling that you have when you were basically chugging cough syrup. Life just kind of slowed down. Like that scene in Wolf of Wall Street when he's on the Quaaludes and he's like trying to get to his car and he's like, let's drive my car. And it basically killed everybody that also drank it a lot and rapped about it. Like everyone died. Even DJ Screw himself died from perp drink. That shit kills you. Like it literally killed everybody. Like everyone died from it. It wasn't even it became a meme at that point. Like, was it codeine? Like straight up codeine? Yeah, it was like just, well, sometimes codeine, but mostly the cough syrup was like the cheap way to do it. With the dextro. The codeine is served, not purple, not diamond tap. Was it codeine? Straight codeine? Oh, that's even worse. What's playing out? No play from here, guys. This is a pre-FOMC. The market is doing nothing. Like, we are back at open. This is a day where patience is going to pay out, I promise. Like, don't try to guess from here. There is no evidence that this market wants to do anything other than pre-price and Fed. I have no decision I'm making from here. But anyways, whatever it was it liquid codeine? So perp drink was, so let me show y'all guys lean, what they called it. Here's your Wikipedia on it. I probably shouldn't, this is educational. Hopefully YouTube doesn't ban the stream for it. It's for mixing prescription grade cough syrup containing opioid drug and antihistamine drug with a soft drink and sometimes hard candy. So you need promethazine and codeine. Yeah, so some kind of cold medicine with the codeine in it. Hydrocodone, the dextro pretty much. And then cough syrup. Yeah, the effects, death, right? Don't drink cough syrup. People I take a capful of it at nighttime, and dude, it like knocks me out. Like, you're friends with the daughter of one of Jordan Belfort's accountants from those days. Does she have crazy stories or what? You could go to the doctor and say I have a cough, keeps me up at night, and they just hook you up with that codeine like it's nothing. How that the world song "Lean with Me" makes sense. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I don't know. They called it lean too, but I don't know if I ever heard people really call it lean. It was always just called, they always called it drank. D-R-A-N-K. And the reason they like the diamond tap is because it made it grape. That's a bottle go for in the black market, like $10. They'll call it lean out. They call it lean out west. Oh, okay. That was what I had this morning, but I didn't have the I had the Dayquil version, so I'm feeling pretty up. Sprite instead of coffee. I didn't want any caffeine to like dry me up today. Here they call it the wacky slush. Oh, that's funny. Really, Mr. Smith? I didn't know that about the levo methorphan. casually telling you guys I sip on lean every day. Wait, you played pool one night for 5 hours with Ron Jeremy in 1999? Oh, that's crazy. Dude, he's in like a lot of like legal heat right now or whatever. Like, then a lot of people went after him recently. Like that he was just a total creeper. Throw away that ball set. Did you see his pool stick? What is it? Was it as big? So I said, what is it? Was it as big as it looked like in camera? Oh, he's suffering from severe dementia right now. Oh, wow. You're getting old. What kind of Ian? What kind of pool were you guys playing? Somebody said, was it were you guys playing pocket pool? That's funny. A quick explanation on resilience. Yeah, absolutely. So what resilience actually is I'll give you a quickie tutorial on it. Every stock opens and closes. Let me get one that has a good gap. Based on order flow mechanics and order amounts and liquidity at the beginning and end of the day. High volume at the open of the day, high volume at the end of the day. And so this example, Tesla has opened here today and closed here yesterday. So Tesla has gapped up today. And so Tesla inside of this zone, we always know that you have a sink of buyers and sellers here and here. So we have liquidity on the boundaries where you close as a liquid spot and where you open as a liquid spot. So the center of two liquid spots is also a very liquid spot. So as stocks are like bouncing between where big buyers and sellers are, to break through here, you have to have an enormous amount of buyers to offset this big buffer. To break through here, you need an enormous amount of sellers. So it's not usual to break and go, even though it happens a lot. Ideally, markets are priced accurately, but they will move every day. So we did with that idea is that if Tesla, for now, you see how Tesla is right here, is that Tesla's price is going up, so it's looking for sellers. So our algorithm goes, where are the sellers? And it goes, well, they're here at the gap fill. So the algorithm extrapolates every stock filling its gap simultaneously, like this additional move Tesla can make, and takes all of these additional moves of all 500 companies at once and then snaps its fingers and says the new value of the S&P should be this, rather than its current value. Current value, we're here. The new value, it actually should be about here. Because if all the stocks are continuing on their path, that's their destiny. So it says, what will the S&P be valued at if stocks further realize their destiny? Oh, here. Oh, the S&P is currently priced below there. Cool. So resilience is positive. To clue you in to the fact that the S&P is lagging behind what the stocks will be as a leading indicator. So therefore, with positive resilience, you're going to take the bet that this needs to catch up to the stocks to fill its gap that way as a leading indicator. So as of right now, as a good example, the actual correct trade from here is to take along on positive resilience to jump in on that trade. So speaking of, let's just do that. Let's do that for fun. Why the hell not? Let's take it. Let's demonstrate that trade because it looks like a good one. All right, let's do it. Right? So with positive resilience, now that we're nice and steady and positive, now we are at the open with most of the stocks pushing higher, market cap weighted. So with that being said, I'll demonstrate that trade right here. It's a pretty decent setup, and maybe I'll take a loss trying to demonstrate, but it's a really good demo because we just got the lineup. See how Apple is pushed above its gap fill? Apple has moved down and filled and kept going, and yet NASDAQ is still down here. So the net market cap weighted sum of all these stocks doing what they're doing, majority of them are above this white dash line. And with NASDAQ below its white dash line, it's now lagging behind the stocks. And that's what makes resilience such a brilliant indicator. Now, in this choppy flat market, it may not be the best play, but ultimately this tells me that this wants to make it up here. That makes sense. Only makes sense. So any dip from here, I'm absolutely willing to buy back up to there. So if we fall down here, I'm going to add to it right there. Now that I have positive resilience, it's used as a confluence indicator for that trade and for that trade. So with both of these being positive, then I'm ready to long all the way down to here now. So I have a small long here with 2, and if we dip to there, I'm going to hit it with like 5 more. Because both of these are positive, it shows that the index is likely to stay the same course as the stocks. It makes some sense, I guess. I'll demonstrate it just to have a demo. And so I'll have like a stop on this side of orange if it happens to just fall out and crash out. Watch, I'll do this one. So the resilience software is from our website. If you go in the description of the video, the link is there to connect to Rocket Scooter stuff. I'll just give it to you right now. Now, again, this choppy day, it's not going to be a good lead-off indicator because one of the rules is when markets are flat, it's not a very strong leading indicator, but it's still leading for the destiny of this. If I were to make a bet right now, this ends up there. So if I take a little bit of heat now, I put a small position at front, and then I'm going to put a bigger position on the bounce. Yellow line is manually calculated. I teach you guys how to do it, or you can get it from me. Best instrument to see NASDAQ and Rocket Scooter, probably QQQ if you don't have NASDAQ futures. There's no resilience indicator on TradingView. We invented it here. It's only here. Have you seen what NVIDIA is doing? Not in the last couple hours since I started talking about perp drink. So yeah, NVIDIA fallen to MHP, right? Let me add to it to a 3 spot instead of a 5 spot. If we dip to there, I'm gonna hit it pretty hard. We've been overshooting a little bit, but each time that we've tapped this, resilience has been getting worse and worse and worse, and now hopefully the orange one is better. So if we get here with the better orange one, then I'm solid for a trade to there. That's what I do want to see. But maybe pre-Fed, it might just like, you know, rebalance out. And we'll see what happens. Oh, it is almost time for giveaway, guys. Smash that like button. Get ready, get going. Hit it, hit it, hit it. Pretty logical, right? So it makes sense. It's a stock aggregate, but it's not direction aggregate. It's only looking at the stocks inside of the box. So inside of here, if Apple like moves through here and keeps going, resilience doesn't just keep going because Apple goes up. Resilience is only really listening to it here and very much so at the middle. So if all the stocks were flat, for example, all the stocks are flat and then Apple just happened to move from here to here and nothing else moved, resilience would actually be like negative 100 and then slope up here and then go to positive 100. So like further moves of Apple, it like below the box doesn't change resilience. Once it gets in the box, then it changes very drastically. And then once it's outside the box, it no longer changes. So it's not like all the stocks are going up and resilience just keeps going up. It is a flux indicator of this data point right here. The middle of the open and close. Which side are we on? That's basically all it says. And then your brain should say, well, if the white line is greater than 0, then by the end of the day, we should be above here. And by the end of the day, we should be above here, as long as that is above 0. And that's how it's used. Now, this is going to be a flip-flop sort of choppy day. But this is an example of, okay, market is flat. We've kind of dipped, and there's a strong pivot here. And the tiebreaker of both orange has its own tiebreaker, and white has its own tiebreaker. It may be lagging a little bit because it's a flat market, which is choppier. But it tells me that inside of here, I'd love to bet that we end up here by the end of the day. All right, prop from giveaways, y'all. Oh, I gotta talk to my person here really quick. What the heck? How do you know the giveaway? Step 1, subscribe to the channel. Step 2, hit the thumbs up button. Step 3, type that word in chat. This would be so funny. Look at that, I'm giving back a lot of these gains already. This would be so funny if this ended up dead over here. All right, that's the edge. This is where I wanted to take one more long off of. Things are pretty solid here for a support off of this orange. So this is where I'm really going to add to it right here. Like just a little tiny bit, the 600 level. We broke further. We're bouncing a second time. Right around here, I'm going to add to it. So if I can get something good on that one. I can take it like on the next account also. Waiting to 1,000 likes. Well, I got to go in a little bit. But every day we're going to do more and more the more you get the likes on the stream. you guys. Our first giveaway is an ETF 50K. Then we'll do some other ones after that. Smash that like button, friends, while you're waiting here. More likes, more giveaways. We love doing this. We do about 1,000 accounts given away throughout the course of the month between here and My Funded TV. Actually, probably less than 1,000 now because they're not doing huge giveaways anymore on my segment. They're doing like a couple of small ones. We used to do like 30 accounts sometimes. Bum, 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 bum. Bam, 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 bam. All right, here's that MHP long, the res positive in both places. Let's see if it does okay. Let's see how well it does. I'm just holding on with that 3 spot. All right, friends. You know what time it is.
Hi, my name is Dave, and I caught the dip again.
I'm gonna spin the wheel here.
It was just
Another wick.
another wick. Saw it on the 5-minute heart, skipped a beat, formed a little hammer, looked kinda neat. No confirmation, no real bias, but I hit long. Now I'm right in the face. It was thin, tape was slow.
We'll see if you wait long enough, an opportunity may present itself. Everything's now lined up. There's a hedge pressure-ish sort of play. TRS 867, first giveaway winner. Oh God, I got liquidated. All right, you're the first winner. ETF, hang tight. We'll do some more in just a second here. All right, new one. What do we got today? We have 1250 viewers. Yes, we did. All right, 5 My Funded Futures 50K Rapid accounts. Wait, did I say My Funded Futures? Holy shit. I meant to say scale accounts, whatever. Oops. I'm confusing. MFF guys, type that in chat. New giveaway here. What the heck did I 50K wrap? That's not even a thing. Whoops. I love the Josh Groban intervention in the middle of the song. Okay, it's 50K scale. My bad. I had a ton of these to give away.
Hi, I'm Dave, and I caught
again. All right. This is a perfect lineup, perfect setup here. Can we fill the gap on NASDAQ? That'd be great. Fast, scooter slow. Currently long 1 contract and 1 fund index, 3 contracts and 1 fund index, and 3 contracts and 1 personal account. Mario, call up in 2410. Type something in chat to claim your prize, buddy. Hear my prayers. I don't even know if I want to be in a 3 spot, to be honest. Trading this chop. It trim down to a 2 spot. To a 1 spot. Hold a runner on that. So I bought, added to it, trim back down. I just want a 1 spot to fill the gap. I don't want to take too much risk on this one. I make it look so simple, don't I? I know. I saw somebody say that in chat. Not simple, but calculated. Rehearsed. Like I know what I do every day. It's the same thing. So my execution seems effortless, but there's a lot of thought into it. Got bored. Oi. Check my noise gate. Oh, hold on. Maybe yeah, let me do that real quick. Hold on. You hear me crunching away. Check. Hold on, wait. Noise gate. Oh, it's not even turned on. Bro, it's never... How is it not turned on this whole time? My bad. Thank you for telling me that. I don't know why it's selected to turn off here. Well, that's better. I don't know what turned it off. I think when I probably when I reinstalled the software. Oh, oops. Hold on. You're gonna hear me crunching away. Now you can't hear anything. You can kind of hear that a little bit. My bad. All right, now you can't hear anything until I talk. All my audio engineers, let me know if it starts clipping. My breakfast is giving you guys FOMO. How many is that? 4? Okay, one more. Now you guys can hear it. So good. I'm craving salty stuff. I'm picking up any momentum from here. Come on, go all the way to the top, baby. I don't want to be in long trades, though. Long periods of time being in the Fed. If I take this $500 as profit and just call it, although I'll probably be exiting early, I just don't. I'm gonna be such a pussy, dude. I'm gonna close this out. I know I'm missing out, but it's getting way too close to Fed. So this was 7, 3, 2, and 1. Now it's 7, 5, 28, and 24. So was it 7, 3, 2, and 1? It's like 13. Now this is 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So 19K today so far. I flattened everything out. Not that it's the right thing to do, but it's getting it's 2 hours till Fed. I don't know. The proper trade from here is to fill the gap. I am just seeing it sort of sit here. I'm watching my other chart. And it's starting to freak me out because Nvidia is on the launch point and it has not been moving and the flow has been to the downside. So I'm worried that this is gonna just sit here for the next hour or two. I'm possibly missing out on a 50, 60 point move, but I think in Fed we'll get it. All the structure is good for bull setup. And the fact that we didn't bounce all the way there kind of gives me the willies too. I hate the Nvidia doing what it's doing here. So that's 5. All right. Mario, VJ, Gabor, Chamio Chacho, and Ruana. Y'all are now 50K scale accounts richer with Y-funded futures. The winners here and the winners of the ETF, I want you to do me a favor. Go to my Discord. Go to the contest channel. Discord is in the link below the description. In the contest channel, send Slacks on our admins a message that showed him, tell them that you won the contest. Take a screenshot of your YouTube ID to attach with that. Have accounts with ETF and MyFunded Futures already, and we'll give you your glorious, beautiful prizes to give away. Don't forget, huge sales going on right now in all of our prop partners. Use code Rocket Scooter everywhere you go, or code Rocket with Funded Next. If you spend $1,000 per month or in a month using our code with any of our prop partners, you get an entry into a giveaway at the end of every month for lifetime. And last month we gave away 3. The month before we gave away 3. Usually we give away 1, but we've been sort of blessing the bigger community as the months have gone by. We've gotten bigger and bigger every month. So thank you for your support. Right now we have a 30% off of all things at Tradeify. Tradeify just pushed out some really nice select plan And it's by far one of the best prop accounts in existence now. Tradeify Select has just sort of like changed the game. It's up there with the rest of the big dogs. And that's really cool because you get options to take like the TPT path or the My Funded Futures / Top Step sort of path with your payouts. You get to pick My Funded Futures, huge discount right now. Pro accounts are 20% off your first month, and they put the consistency at 100%. So it's a 1-day pass instead of 2-day pass for these particular accounts. ETF, huge 90% off your static and 1-step. Static is the way to go there. That's like the best account they have. Futures Desk, pretty big sale, 55% off of all accounts. Again, code Rocket Scooter. Take Profit is 30% off. Apex is 90% off right now with code Rocket Scooter as well. And Funded Next, 10% off Rocket. Code Rocket. When was my last negative day? Like overall? I can't remember. It's been a while. On the live account was yesterday. But Funded Next was enough to offset the loss, and the overall day was green. Futures Desk Static is really nice. It's really, really nice plan. Futures Desk is pretty goated. Yeah, people love that one. Yeah, so the last red day and the only red day in the live account, or the real funded account, since I started trading outside of the random challenge, was yesterday. It was down 2K. But yesterday, the Funded Next were up enough to offset it. The last red day I've had, I don't really remember. Does anybody remember? Has it been a while on the whole day? Anybody remember when? I'm sick, so I can't even remember. How long ago was it? Was it 2023? Was it months ago? I'm surely have had some red days in somewhere in there. During the random challenge, I think some of those days were probably red. I did go on like a almost a 6-week win streak though. I think I lost a couple days in November or October. I've been trading for very well though. Is Apex website down? It's loading up for me. It's looking up just fine. I think during the challenge I had a couple of red days that were pretty gnarly. They weren't that bad. But they were pretty decent. Hi Doc, I miss you too. Hi Doc in chat, what's up? Yeah, I had it not in all the accounts, just only in the some evals, yeah. Yeah. If you've already purchased, if you already have lifetime, you can't win it again, unfortunately. It's the first Friday of September. I don't even remember. Try signing in. It's giving me a database error. Oh, let me try signing in. Confirm your identity. Oh, 2-factor. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Uh 152. I'm able to sign in. Dashboard. Yeah, I can see everything on my Apex. Yeah, it let me log in. They use daily highs and lows and daily highs and lows in the last 3 days. Kirk, I actually don't. I actually don't use previous data at all when I trade. Like, I don't ever look at the previous day, and I don't even look at pre-market. My decision is solely based on current conditions, and I'm looking at where volume pivots can be and where the stocks are trading, which is these indicators here and up here. So I'm not really using technical analysis off of previous days pivots. Although there's a decent strategy to find some pivots, I just don't do it. How do you calculate MHP? You get it from us. You can't calculate it. iDoc, Matt said to Hermes for giveaways. Okay, yeah, so we're giving away one pair of Hermes loafers for 800 euros. I need to decontaminate my face. I think I said that the other day. Time to gargle the salt. You got to decontaminate. I've seen too many sci-fi movies where you come in from outer space and you got to your little decon room to hose off. Isn't resilience using previous data? Resilience is using current data. It uses the open and close, which is previous data, but that's different. Close and open are high volume pivots every day without fail. So those particular pivots have a mechanism behind them to be necessary for a calculation. Random high and low volume nodes aren't physically the same every day. Somebody that bought here on this day may not buy here at this day, but you have millions and millions and millions of shares transferring at open and close. The bulk of Wall Street is acting at open and close. So it mechanically has meaning. As far as past data goes, it's probably one of the only things that is utilized as far as past data goes, or the anchor points for, red lines and stuff. But other than that, you're right. So in general, it has to have so the MOC and MOO process creates the volume there. And so market makers have large positions at those levels already. And we're going to exploiting that one fact. And so in previous data, if we were to use pre-market data or previous days data, it would be some kind of mechanical piece of the market that was consistent rather than just a technical pivot, which could be inconsistent. So yeah, that's the difference. But yeah, good question. Have I taken any trades? Yeah, so I've been trading all morning scalping. So I'm up, I don't know, whatever this is, 17. I'm up about 20K today and some change. Does MHP mean monthly hedge pressure, Kirk? So hedge pressure is a gamma exposure model that looks for, when you look at gamma exposure, it shows the acceleration of delta hedging or acceleration of volume and the velocity of delta hedging. So acceleration of volume. And so when you get to this level, it is a guaranteed high volume spike because the net sum of all options participants, the dealer side, have the most order flow here. And that's why when you pass through monthly hedge pressure, there's huge volume. Y'all see that in here? Huge volume. Without fail, monthly hedge pressure is gamma exposure. So the idea is when you are here, you're going to see an influx of delta hedging. A lot of people are shuffling around at this very level to balance the risk they have on sold options to cut their risk out. And so gamma exposure levels have really high probability of not breaking. It takes a lot of volume to break. Even though it sold a little bit, it's still made its way above it. And most of these, in this particular day with the confluence, 90% of days will close above this orange. So as traders, I make bets at this orange every time that we pop above it. And so today it was 1, 2, 3, 4 times it worked and 1 time it didn't. So you see how often it works and how often how little it fails meets the statistics of what we expect to happen. So as a trader, I'm just betting that this orange line is going to hold. For extra confluence, I have an indicator down here that tells me if it's greater than 0, then it's a really strong probability that it holds because the stocks are also on a negative gamma sort of situation. Issues online with Rise Pay. I haven't seen any issues with Rise. Ready. Or Red Rip. Red Dip Green Rip. That's a cool name. No, I haven't. I've been taking Rise payouts all this week. And I've transferred out $250,000 easily with no hiccup. I took 120K payout from Fund to Next yesterday. Yeah. No issues there. Apex rules more complicated than other platforms. Not really more complicated. They're just more subjective. Apex rules are actually quite simple. But they're along the lines of what everyone else is doing. They're not super complicated. But they can be subjective on the payout side. You may have a hard time getting your full payout if they don't like the way you trade. So monthly hedge pressure is just gamma exposure. No, not GEX. No. GX is a model that takes the open interest And then they filter that open interest through an equation that just like multiplies the OI by the gamma. It's a very basic thing. Gamma exposure is the exposure of all options. We don't do this. We take every option that exists. So the OI is all of this, right? OI is the entire map of time and price. So in the entire map of options, we have an algorithm that plucks out where dealer options are. So wherever the hotspots are, and we watch all markets at once to figure this out. How can we find dealers? Our algorithm is really good at doing that. You can see that, you know, if 1 million shares of Apple were bought and 10,000 calls of Apple were bought within a, you know, moment of time, then you can assume that those options are tied together to those stocks, and it's a hedged position. Nobody would get an equal large position of stocks and options at the same time. So we look for that relationship, and we can say, okay, that's a dealer transaction. And dealer transactions are guaranteed to hedge. The full spectrum of open interest is not guaranteed to hedge. If I were to buy 7,200 SPX calls today, they'll expire worthless. Nobody's hedging against it. So where's the threshold of where it's important? Not the open interest, but the dealer model shows hedged importance. An HI right there. Anything that our algorithm identifies as having hedged importance and part of a hedging loop will guarantee volume transaction against that position to balance its risk to neutral, i.e. it'll guarantee hedging. While gamma exposure model gives you sort of like a messy like histogram at all levels, we can isolate all the dealer risk into gamma exposure maximum. So GEX is just a spectrum. Monthly hedge pressure is equal to gamma exposure maximum. So the maximum gamma exposure of dealer options only. So we don't look at all options of everything. We throw out everything outside of this red blob that I drew and look at only the important options. And then we find the maximum. Why is the maximum? Well, it's the maximum amount of hedging. And I can prove to you it's the maximum amount of hedging because it's a volume spike every time you touch it. And without fail, at 100% accuracy, it never fails to produce volume when you touch it. It is that good at this. When you touch it, when you break it, when you break through it. Even here, it's a little bit of volume, but you can see that each subsequent tap is volume, 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 volume. And here, volume. And so that is that sort of quick burst of volume as people are quickly putting in lots of little orders to balance that 40 to 60 delta range once gamma is maximized. On average, all options will be hedged maximum there. It's a maximum acceleration of order flow due to hedging. And so monthly hedge pressure, if you're trying to compare the two in one sentence, gamma exposure is where the gamma is on all options in existence. The ones that are deep out of the money are included with the same weight as the ones in the money. Makes no sense. It's not a maximum either. Ours is a maximum hedging that is a line in the sand for bull and bear hedging. So you can see when the market has flipped its polarity from overall, here there's more short hedging than long hedging. Here there's more long hedging than short hedging. That simple. And so because the pressure here is more long than short, it takes an enormous amount of volume to break it because you just have this wind pushing it higher. And when you break it, you can see the enormous amount of volume here. Like when it gets broken, look at how much volume. That's one of the highest volume spikes of the day, right? When you break through it. So it's the monthly structure of the market. It's everyone in Wall Street holding these things for long periods of time, buying monthly options on them. Yeah, so not equal to GEX. GX is like a very watered down baby version of an exposure model, and it's very weak and not actionable. Kind of the crappy part about GX. Like if you want to look at gamma exposure, it's by strike. Let me show you what GX does. Here's the Jex model, right? Here's your gamma exposure, you know, by volume or by price of all options, the open interest spectrum. 6850 becomes an important price where it goes negative to positive. 6850 seems to just be where market is sitting at, and it seems to have half probability of going up, going down, going up, going down. It's a wash. It doesn't really have high odds with it. They call like this gamma flip area 6785. Way down here. So like not actionable in today's price action, right? And so how would you use this to trade, right? Is 6900, 6850, 6800 are your big spikes? Well, yeah, obviously, like, you know, these are even numbers, 6850, 6800, 6900. Are they your high volume pivots when you touch them? Let's see, 6800, 6850, 6900. All my volume is not at those places, so it's not really useful. Here's the volume here, and it's not at 6850, it's at 6830. Here's some volume here, a little bit of volume here, and it's at 6850, like a little tiny bit. All of this right here, sort of down here. If I were to do a volume profile, like, you see what I'm saying? Those are just even numbers on those levels. They're not really like, there's no math to it. There's just, everybody's just hedging at those levels. But I mean, sorry, options at those levels, but not everybody's hedging at those levels, is what I'm trying to say. So the idea is like, what's the actionability point? You got 3 options in a gamma flip. Where are you going to play? And so ours is like 1 level. That's it. That's the difference. Yeah. Huge difference, because market makers are going to hedge their position to neutral. So you can guarantee, if you're only look at the market maker options or identify them correctly, then you can almost fully guarantee that you will isolate high volume or liquidity at this point of hedge pressure. That's why I call it pressure, because when you get to it, there's just this like pressure pushing away from it. That makes sense. Do accounts reset on the date or the end of the date? If you reset accounts, I'm not sure. Yeah. Am I calculating the individual stocks or the MHP or the index? All of them, Matt. So our algo is, there's a whole series of computers, server computers that run our data. We pull options, futures, stock data into an array of server machines. They're just crunching data all day long and watching order flow. And then those machines pump it into the calculation that then sends the information over here to the platform. So all day long, we're looking at everything. We have MHP for everything that has options. So we're watching the entire order flow in real time of all options trades. So we're watching all stocks, all index products, everything. It's a very sophisticated, that's why we had to build a platform on top of it. A lot of people are like, why didn't you just put this in TradingView or something? We had to build a whole expensive infrastructure on the back end to be calculating this stuff in real time. It's a very heavy calculation load. Do we pull from, we don't pull from CBOE for SPX just to save cost. When we originally designed this, we designed it to be lean operation and cheap for you guys to get in at a really low price point. So y'all wouldn't have to buy like 5 or 6 data feeds. People have asked over the years, can we get SPX and NDX and VIX and stuff like that? And we haven't bought that data feed, but we very well could. The problem is we'd have to charge you guys more for it. And so you might have to buy 2 or 3 data feeds. It didn't seem like a lot of people were interested in paying a lot extra just for the few index options products and the few indexes. So we never did. But SPY and SPX, risk is distributed fairly similarly when we did our test data early on. That monthly hedge pressure was in the same spot for the most part for both of them. So it didn't really, it gave you a little more granularity to have both of them, but then it makes sense to always, you know, to charge everybody more. So we don't look at CBOE. It's the one thing we don't pull. Just Opera. Could I charge us for like this and as an add-on? Yeah, I very much could. Like we'd have, and it'd have to be a project. You know, it's not just like let's buy the data feed and it turns on the next day. We have to get the API and pull the data in. It's like a week-long project. Shouldn't be too hard. And I don't know what the cost will be at this phase. And if we don't think we can recoup our cost, then we wouldn't do it. So if there's enough interest, I don't know what my enterprise fee would be, and I don't know what my per user fee would be for you guys. I'll have to look it up. It's been a while. How much did I spend creating the platform? Over the years? I would say that we spent total between like 3 and 5 million. Depending on where you draw the boundaries on the platform. As far as like development cost, fees, monthly fees, COGS, all of that stuff. Yeah, and that was all personal cash. Like we didn't like go get PE funding or anything. We bootstrapped this from our own pockets. Was it a good investment? I mean, I cash bought an Aston Martin 2 Fridays ago. You tell me. But it's not a good investment just because Rocket Suit does a lot of sales. It's a great investment because my trading is fucking fire because of it. I won 2 trading contests. I'm gunning for world record payouts. I mean, my trading is the real benefit of Rocket Scooter. Oh yeah. I made a huge return on that investment. I don't want to flex though. Y'all made me say it. But so yeah, was it a good return on investment? Yeah. Oh god, I couldn't trade without Rocket Scooter. Like my entire trading strategy relies on it. Like I couldn't trade without it. Oh. And people are like, nuh-uh, man, you totally like lease that car or whatever. Here, let me channel something. Everyone's always got shit to say. Look. My spending in my premier checking account with Wells Fargo, I spent $408,000 in November. So yeah. Matt's broke. He ain't got money. He's a whatever. Fucking dropped $310,000 on a car. Suck it. Suck it, trolls. Straight cash. About straight up. Now I'm broke though. After that. No, I ain't leasing a car, I ain't renting a car. I walked in and whipping out the liquid. I wired the cash straight up. Walked up the lot, paid it off. I'm just not as braggable as most people. Y'all make me, people are like, because I don't show off as much, people like to question. Whatever. Now I have a pretty high liquid. Trading gives me a high net liquid, it does. Oh. I'll be broke after the Birkin bag, so yeah. But yeah, I remember somebody was like, oh, nice car, bro. Did you lease it? Did your girlfriend buy it for you? People say all kind of naysayers because I'm not the kind of person that like, I mean, Pat got so much trolling. He like posts pictures of his bank account. He's like, look at me, I've got millions of dollars. Like, you really have people that just don't believe that some people can be successful in this world. But whatever. Wouldn't you cash be worth more investing it? Well, yeah, Cajun. Like a car is never an investment. Unless you're investing in your happiness. That's a really good investment. All right, guys. I gotta run. Time for my funded TV. You're just buying big smiles on your face for the next 3 or 4 years. Oh yeah. That car was an Elise.
Bell rings, gap up tall, I'm already watching half. Price crawling bad, like it on me, I'm loading the bag. Resilience green and thick, no hesitation in the print. Half gap, filter clean, contracts and no squint. If they drag it lower, MHP sitting on the tape. Monthly hedge pressure, bid it hard, no escape. Bottom of the bull zone, flashing, that's an auto swing. Lower DD band, kiss them long before the bells even ring. There I go again, making Monday. Rocket scooter, feet too clean, feeling almost come back. Stacking like it's funny, kinda legal. Hit the half gap, bulls on, so play it humble. Almost feels criminal. Rocket scooter, Britain up. Almost feels criminal. Rocket scooter, Britain up. No guessing, just waiting. Price gotta come to me. Resilience holding strong, that's the only green I see. They said slow it down, now my slow days pay the rent. Sitting in pajamas while the algo does a sprint. MHP got tagged again, price folded like a chair. Bid it with a pinky, now the bank's like who's the air? Bulls on, bottom kiss, I just sip my water cone. Runner did a moonshot, heard the group chat drop a song. Chats like teach me master, I say bro it's just 3 lines. Oh no, another green week, what a terrible time. There I go again, making Monday. Rocket scooter,
What's up, y'all? Welcome back. Afternoon FOMC, 20 minutes. Interest rate decision. I gotta see this hilarious picture Sir Darb made. It's so funny. Wipe my tears with hundreds. I love it. Welcome back, guys. Okay. Check it out. Matt with his uh-oh grill. I love it. It don't get more Danko Houston than that. What? Oh. So I'll play the press conference so that we can hear it together. But I'll be delayed, so you guys will be like a minute or two, or sorry, a couple seconds ahead if you watch it on your own or listen to it on your own. We'll play it live on the stream so we can hear him talk here. If y'all want. Y'all like that? The hat is lit. Oh yeah, you know it. The disco ball cowboy hat. It doesn't get any better than that. That's pretty legit though. Like, this little like sort of disco pimp hat thing I got going on there. All right. Y'all have so many hilarious songs. Gotta have my Paul Wall grill in there. Okay, so remember, y'all paid attention to my fun at TV. The market, it's probably gonna be very wild today. The dot plot is a huge variable for next year, like what we're gonna get. You can watch it if you go. It's on YouTube or on the Fed's website. I think you can go if you go to like Financial Juice. They usually have the link somewhere, and you can just click it, and it starts whenever it's time to go. They'll usually publish the link somewhere when it gets closer to it. Pretty solid day today of all the accounts. The world records. Funded next is this 17.3, and then 3,000 on the 100K account. So about 20,000 today.
Ticker streams, flicker, glow on my view. Liquidity moves, I groove trades, true fire in my veins. Brazilians, kings do. Rocket scooter vibes, the world askew. Chasing green, the head scene, feeling plush. Liquidity snap and gleam trades, rush day break to close. These setups never end. Trade wins a fortune, scooter I send. Golden trades, scooter rides, rock the nation. Day trade of precision, no hesitation. Golden trades to infinity, non-stop. Touch the skies, make profits pop, pop. Golden trade, scooter rides, rock the nation. Day trade of precision, no hesitation. Golden trades to infinity, non-stop. Touch the skies, make profits pop, pop.
This is called Golden Trades by Rogue of the Lamb. Man, I love them. You guys write the music all the time. It's so much fun just to hear all these new songs. It kind of keeps it fresh. Here's another Sir Darb song. His songs are always so epic. These are in the in our Discord under Song Submission channel.
You're hammering that mouse like it owes you rent. Red candles dancing, every click's another sin. Sweat on your palms, hard doing 180, chasing that high ball. You're trading like a junkie. I told you once, I'll tell you slow. The market's a woman, she don't like desperados. You keep on forcing, she'll bleed you dry, but the chart don't give a damn if you live or die. The chart don't give a damn. The chart don't give a damn. The chart don't give a damn about you.
Let me see. I got some things I got to do really quick here. Yeah, I love blues, man. This is really good.
Double down on a gap up clown show. FOMO in your veins like cheap whiskey flow. I drew the zone, said, boy, this is the fix. You left it market, now your account's in the ditch. Screaming at the string, calling it rigged, begging the candlesticks to forgive. Only one voice cuts clean through the lies. Rocket scooter said, wait or die. The chart don't give a damn. The chart don't give a damn.
Who's full porting with you? Oh my god. Should I just like a lower MHP? Take a bet? One contract micros? Can I just YOLO 3 micros? Small port short, small port long. 3 micros. And I'll buy a DD. What's 3 micros for? I did that calculation earlier. I'll lose 175 points on 3 micros. $175 times 3 micros is $2 a point times 3. If this falls the DD band, I'm down $1,000. That's it. That's it. 3 micros, $1,000 here. That's perfect. I'm fine. I'll still be green for the day if I die. Here we go. All right. I'm betting $1,000 on the Fed. Why not? Warriors full port with 3 minis. I ain't a warrior today. I'm a chicken. All right, I'll put $1,000 bet on the Fed, and I'll soak up 3 minis of DD. Set it for 2 minutes, yeah. Well, I'll just scoop the range. How about that? I think the market's gonna die, probably. Should I hedge this with the full port short on my funded next because they're kicking me to live and I don't give a shit anyways? Just because. Should I be extra funny about this? I'm only entering right now at MHP, just right here. Should I long in my real account hit short full port in my They're moving me to live, so it's forfeiting anyways. Oh, it might affect my live balance though. So I got the news, right? Just letting you guys know, yesterday, I didn't get the official news. I got the somewhat news. I got essentially a text from one of the high ups there. It was like, you know, we processed your payout and man, you have some of the best performance we've ever seen here. We really want to invest in you. And Risk Team has offered to give you, just FYI, they're offering to give you a live account of, I hear it's about this much. And it's like the biggest one we've ever given out because we really want to invest in you, sort of thing. So they're really trying to sweeten the deal to interrupt my world record attempt. But at least I got the 600K. I mean, I could risk getting there, but my fear was that on the way there, they would not give it to me or that, you know, whatever. Or I'd get a portion of it, whatever. So I took a payout out just to take something out. I'm thinking about taking out as many payouts as I can this week before they kick me to live. So hopefully I can get some more out of it. 600K record was BS. Was it not real? So I don't really care too much about the live account, but it is substantial. And it's bigger than all of the, my Tradeify, my MyFunded, and my ETF live accounts put together. Finex is bigger than all 3 of those put together. So not a bad consolation price. They really aren't like, sorry that we might not give you, you know, a couple $100,000 more. Here's a $20,000 trading account sort of thing. You know, that would have been like womp womp. But, you know, in the prop space, I don't come in here like most of the naive kids do and just be like, oh man, I'm going to make all this money sim trading. Why did you take my sim dollars away? I come into the prop space thinking, if I make an ROI of like 10x, which is pretty much what maybe even more, I haven't even added it all up, 10 to 20x paper trading. Oh my God, that's great. That's good enough. The fact that I get anything makes me surprised. I'm a real trader though. The prop space has created a bunch of, you know, babies, I guess. Like spoiled babies. How come I don't get all my paper dollars? You get any paper dollars. My mind is already blown as a real trader. This whole industry seems cuckoo to me, but whatever. I'm part of it now. In my day, I sound like a grandpa on a freaking lawn chair. In my day, we didn't get paid paper trading. So every firm has the ability to forfeit some of your payouts when they kick you to life. That's how it is. And I'm the one that on the stream tells you that's how it is. Make as much as you can, as quick as you can, get in, get out, and pocket the money. So we'll see. They haven't given me the account yet. They haven't kicked me to live yet. My Fund and X accounts are still there. Prop firm blues. What would I like to make monthly in the near future? What do you mean? In trading or with everything? Do I trade the Asia session live? I don't, no. My target and goal is to make more than $1 million a month. I'm right there. Like at all the things I do, not just trading. Like trading is one of, I have 19 revenue streams now, and I'm about to have 20 when this new website comes out. So, trying to make more than $1 million a month. That'd be my goal. $21, including the club, if I go that direction. That's a loss, though. I don't consider that an investment. Only an investment, my friend. That's a financial loss to me, I'm sure. I'm already assuming being part club owner will be just spending money for fun, kind of like buying a car. And 22, including the pickleball courts. You know, the conversation with the family about the pickleball courts is on hiatus. We all met for Thanksgiving and they didn't bring it up again, so... Her brother was leading the charge on that. I was like, yeah, I'll pitch in. Just let me know. I'll cut you guys a check. And we've heard nothing since. So maybe the pickleball idea was a fad and they're over it. Or maybe they're still looking. I don't know. I was thinking at Thanksgiving around the dinner table, we'd all pop the idea up again like we did last time. Or actually, her brother's birthday was when we talked about it. He was supposed to find us the location and tell us how much we needed to give and come up with the business plan, and hear nothing yet. I'm impressed in your A-frame cabins building company. Bro, when you sent me that's incredible, man. What you're building, that's really cool stuff though. We looked at it on stream when you sent it to me. Well, I own Rocket Scooter. I own Rocket Place. We have, you know, real estate investments. We have business investments. We have this new website I'm building. I own a staffing agency in India. We do development projects. And these are all substantial generators. I got the affiliate stuff with props. I got YouTube gives revenue. Trading is revenue. It adds up. All that's up. A little bit of money here and there. Love these songs. Okay, fed in 8 minutes. Where's my Suno? Oh, here it is. Ah, there we go. Gotta build a literal rocket scooter now. A real rocket scooter for the, the memes. What percentage is trading? Oh, dude. Month to month is also different. This month, okay, this month alone in trading, between all my, so November, right, November, December, I took out roughly maybe 30, 40K payouts from Tradeify. I took out 120 from Fund and Next. So that's a 160. I made 72,000 trading options. So that's 230. And then my personal account, I made 32,000. So that's 300. And in my real personal account, I made another 150. So I'm about $500,000 this month. So that's, I mean, you've watched it all on stream, right? I showed you, except for my personal trading account, not this challenge account, my personal trading account, the one I do on my phone. Just for like privacy reasons, I don't share that one. But that way I make some big money, YOLO bets and shit. So that's not so educational. What's my home address? Are you gonna send me flowers? You're welcome to come over. You gonna come over and have a beer with me or something? What's my account PIN number? 0001. Duh. So this month was a pretty decent month. Am I a Trump supporter like PW? Well, I mean, I live in Texas, so it becomes sort of like common to be. I'm like slightly Republican. I'm certainly leaning right side, with some left-ish tendencies, but not a lot. I'm more moderate than anything, but I'm very much like a non-welfare state kind of person. I'm in the camp of, you know, I know it might sound evil, but I'm in the camp of, you know, not all members of the herd are created equal, and so you know, a pack of wildebeest are going to stop for the slowest one being chased by lions. They're going to leave the slowest one behind, so the slowest one gets devoured and the strong survive, because it leads to a stronger herd and the stronger gene pool. And I'm in the boat of science with that. So I might sound evil, but whatever. No, not every person needs help or deserves help. So that's why I lean a little bit to the right, where you kind of have to make your own way. So some people need help, yes. A lot of people need help, yes. I'm all for that. But everybody, not so much. I'm a very nature-oriented sort of person. But again, I'm not against people that can't help themselves. You know, sick people, elderly folks, things like that. There's a time in life when we will all need something like that. So yeah. But like people that don't want to work because they just don't want to and abuse the system, that's the stuff I'm kind of like. Basic logic, not mean. Oh, okay. You know, and it's under the premise of you just can't help everybody. It's not financially viable to do so. Like, I can't give every person at McDonald's an Aston Martin because one person really liked my car, which I was like, man, I can't. I'd love to give him an Aston because he loved it so much. I was like, man, would it be cool if I just had enough money to give this guy a car too? Is there any plan for in-person training in Dallas? Wait, for trading? Oh, no, I don't do in-person or one-on-ones or anything like that when it comes to trading education. I teach in the boot camp because I love teaching my concepts in that capacity. I've never been a one-on-one mentor or taken on trading students like in the last, I don't know, 7 or 8 years, or been somebody's personal coach because I don't need a day job. I don't want to work. To be real with y'all, I know there's a million people out there would gladly accept somebody's $10,000 to train them on trading. The amount of money I make, it's not worth my time to have anyone pay me for an hour of my time. So I never have done a mentor program like that. Bootcamp is different because it's a huge funnel for everything we do. And it creates like a huge army of like educated traders all in one gulp. Yeah, but I've never done in-person training. I'm never going to have, hey guys, join me in Houston for this 3-day learn trading event, just you and me, $10,000 a pop. If I did something like that, it would be 100% free. Show up and let's talk and hang out. It wouldn't be like I'm doing the event to raise capital and make money and stuff. Lance does one-on-one training. Oh yeah. Learn from him. That way, in 10 years, you too will be burnt out to the point you have to quit. You know what I'm saying? That's the weirdest thing ever. Like, why I teach a trading course? Because, well, I just can't do it anymore. My eyes hurt and my vagina hurts and I just can't really do it anymore. So, you know, so let me teach a course. I'm burned out. Well, I mean, if the style of trading you do made you burn out, why would somebody want to learn your strategy? Because it burns people out. It doesn't sound, it doesn't sound healthy. That's even a bigger reason not to take it. After 10 years, you can't do it anymore. But you're doing something wrong. Don't teach that to people. Anyways. All right, let's get ready for FOMC. All right, let's go. All right, yeah, let's see what the link here for the video. Hold on. 2 minutes till the decision. Does anybody have, oh, press conference. It's sorry. We won't have the press conference and video until like after the announcement. So we're good for now. Your vagina hurts. Yeah, anyways. Now I don't do personal trading coaching. All right, should I just go whatever in one of these accounts? So I got 3 micros to the long side. Let me short 3 mini. Oh my god, well don't say I'm doing prop firm arbitrage then. This is a real account, it doesn't count. So should I just no, okay, I don't want to risk it. Full port short, somebody said in one of my Fund Index accounts. Because it doesn't matter anymore. I'm probably going to lose it all anyways. See how I have such good spirits with this? All these people online are like, oh my god, these prop firms robbed me of my $10,000. And I'm like, I'm about to get $200,000 vaporized and I'm just smiling through it. Like, this stuff doesn't bother me like people do. I'm glad I made a fancy return on my investment already. Okay. All right, FOMC, we talked about this earlier, right? FOMC is probably going to be a pretty big deal when the dot plot comes out. We care about the longer term economic projections. So, interest rate decision came out as expected. And the market is just sort of like, okay, what do we do here? I'm now $100 richer. Let's go. All right, let me take the profit. Guys, that's how you roll. I'm so brilliant. I'm so good at this. Jesus. Okay. Let's take a look at the projections. Take a look at the statement here. All right. Look how good I am at trading. My 3 micro is doing the work. All right. Hold on. Let's go to the summary here. All right. Not September. I want the new one. Or investing.com will have it. It's not published. I can't find on their website. Projections. Down to 3, quarter 4, 3.6, 3.1, 3.1, 3.4. So basically 2 cuts year 2, 2 cuts year 2. Where's the projections? I know they got to give me the link for it. How's the market moving? Well, that's funny. Are we going to rally from here? All right, let me pop a short at this gap fill on one of my Fund Index accounts. How come I don't have the projections showing up? Where's my dot plot? Maybe they're not. $375. Oh, wait. Whoa, 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 whoa. We didn't get a change. No change. Oh, oh my God. Okay, my bad. We got no change here. Okay, wow, I'm so blind. I'm sitting here thinking. I'm trying to find the freaking dot plot here. Wait. Or they did cut. What are you? Okay. They cut. Why are you guys saying no change? Y'all just screwing with me? All right, my short trade playing out. That's 3,000 bucks. Let's trim that. Close. Jesus Christ. Okay. Hold on. All right, I'm gonna sit flat. Where is this 25? Why were people saying no cut? All right, hold on. I need to get my dot plots up here, and so for some reason we're not getting them. Let's see if they've not been published yet. That's probably why. That's all I'm trying to look for right now. Just they haven't released it yet. What about Forex Factory? Okay, here we go. No rate cuts. 7 officials penciled in no rate cuts for 2026. This is what I'm looking for. Give me my dot. Where's my dot plot at? I'm waiting for it. I know it's like... So I have my 3 micros here. I shorted here with 3 minis. This account made like 3,000 bucks in it. That's it. Now I'm not doing anything for now. If I just do this and I go, I just type in the date. Let me do it over here. 12/10. Oh, here we go. I just typed in the date. Let's go. All right. Whoa. Okay. All right. So Camp 1 got fatter. Oh, that's a weaker 2026. Okay. Okay. All right. All right. All right. Let's go here really quick. Oh my gosh. Okay. Let's compare them side by side. All right. 2026 just got weaker, you guys. All right. Let's compare. Put this one here. Put this one here. Okay. So market is, this isn't like going to be super liked by everybody. The middle range got fatter. Okay. So comparing side by side, if you'll listen to me earlier. So yeah, we did get 1 basis point cut here. And let's compare. So December is on the left and 2025, 2026. You can see that well, actually, no, not that bad. So a lot of the people in the no change camp have moved down. So we had 2 people move here. Actually, let me get a better color. So let's just analyze this. We had 2 people move from here to here. And we had some people move from here to here. So the bulk of this is sort of leaning right about here, I would say. Right here. That's probably the average. 8, 11. This is 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I would say that this is where we land then. Right here in the middle. So this would be your 1 rate cut next year. Is that what it says? Two quarter-point cuts for 2026, so possibly 2. Oh, from 3.5 closer to 0. So they're taking the average closer to there. Okay, so they're gonna be more aggressive on this. So we got basically 3 to 3.25. It's probably where we're gonna land. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, we're at 3.5, 3.7 now. The average closer to 3.25, 1, 2. So there's 2 cuts for 2026. Okay. And then we're basically here. This hasn't changed much at all. So you can see that this is probably where we land for the longer term. So this actually is less aggressive on the rate cuts than previous. So here, this hasn't changed too much. More people at the 3. Here, more people higher, right? Here, pretty much the same. So basically we're parking at 3. This hasn't really changed. There's more people at 3, fewer people on aggressive, and a little bit stronger here. So actually a little more aggressive for 2026. Camp 1 went to Camp 2, but overall, not much of a change. So actually, I would say that this is more aggressive on the rate cuts, but very definitive that there's still a lot of people that don't think we need anything. So conditions can probably change us 1 to 2 cuts this year. That's the answer. And now I would say that in the shorter term, it's slightly better read than this one. This one got some of the outliers a little bit better. It also got some of the folks here down here. So averaging out, one could argue it's pretty much the same, maybe slightly better with a few participants, and that's it. Okay. So is this marking ABC bullish and bearish? Probably bullish-ish. Not super crazy. So now we get to listen to Powell when we're gonna get those 2 cuts. Okay, good deal. So you guys see how the dot plot gives you the answers? About 2, give or take 2 cuts for the next year. And when you pop this up, let me put this back on here. That short paid out. That quickie little short scout played out well. I just thought I was playing the volatility, but not bearish at all. I did not full port short these. I took 1 short, and we topped that, and I closed out there at the open. So casual, you guys even heard me just say I'm out. I'm in and out. Not bad. Okay, so let's see what this is. Okay, let's get ready for the press conference. This is gonna be the big one. When we get those 2 rate cuts, and you can go to like your financial juice, and it'll tell you the same things like. All this data, this is where it comes from. Median projection maintains 25 basis point in 2026. Unemployment projections. See all those things we covered today? I think I fat fingered clicked the end stream button. Sorry, so 2.3% is the GDP projection for 2026, which is huge over the 1.8. GDP is expected to go way up. Unemployment's expected to go down faster. The PCE inflation changes are slightly lower. Oh, actually they compare. Okay, my bad. They're comparing here. So they show you the new inflation projection versus September. So actually it's in one doc here, which is good. So 2.3 on 1.8 is huge. GDP is expected to be much better starting now. And inflation is expected to be better and better. So all good across the board as far as projections data. All right. My internet must have blipped for a hot second there. I was wondering if I like fat finger clicked something or not. Press release, press conference is in 17 minutes. All right. What do we got going on today? So economic outlook is fairly bullish for Fed. So I wouldn't say that I'm anything bearish on this news. This is pretty solid. But, you know, Wall Street could just be like, nah, give it a shit and then just sell off anyways, right? Should I just like, again, who cares about my, I'm shorting again right now. In my Fund and X account. I don't care anymore. Why not? Just to play the range for press conference. Just to make like some points here and there. The market's certainly not bearish on this, but maybe just people don't care about the direction. Less rate cuts next year. It depends on how you view it. It's a fatter sort of like more people on the no cut side went to the cut side, and few people on the aggressive cut side went to the moderate cut side. So it's like it's good on both accounts. Or it's like, sorry, it's more solidified. There's less variance between the participants. Most people think that there's more people agreeing. Like the two camps sort of like narrowed out a little bit. A lot of very aggressive people are not as aggressive anymore, but a lot of not aggressive people are more aggressive. So it's good and bad. It's sort of neutral. Take the big payout, then YOLO. Oh, hilarious. Sorry about that. I don't know, my internet cut out for like a hot minute there. I forget to pay the bill, I guess. LOL. I feel like once or twice a day, it just seems to cut out. I don't even know. 7 of them want no change next year. Yeah, there's a lot of them that don't want any change. No. Oh my God. I accidentally fat fingered a long instead of shorted. It made $2,000. I was like, shit, let me close my trade out. And I looked up and it's green. Ah. What the fuck? All right. This one at 28 is not 48. Like, I don't even understand. Like, dude, what the shit? I don't even know. Accidentally longed this thing. Like, I need to go to take a nap. I swear to God, I need to retire. What the hell? Okay. I was like, let me just short back to the half gap or whatever, just to play the range till press conference. But I definitely want to buy the dip. But I accidentally pushed long. I swear to God. I'm gonna wait for press conference to make some really solid decisions. No, that's just the one I just put into. I just now, like right here, on this candle and this reject and went there, I pushed, I went to short 3 contracts. Just to bet that we end up back to where we started on the no change bet that we make it back to the open of this candle. But then I must, like when you right click and go trade and your accounts in Tradeify, there's a slider that you have to click long or short. And I swear I thought I clicked it short, but it was on long because my last trade there was long. That scissor up to cover. Oh yeah. Jersey, dude, that's fantastic. Up 7,500 across all accounts after 5 days. That's really good. That's incredible. I flattened that position out though. I have no trade right now. Not told the presser. My brain wants to tell me that we somehow make it back to there. I don't know. That was so funny. Yeah. I don't think we're gonna rally off of this. It's a very muted, expected sort of thing. The better GDP is good, though. That's a whole 2026 thing, though. I'm out of Pringles. Yeah, I'll do a giveaway in a little bit. Let's get ready for the presser. We got that going on in about 10 minutes here. Let me give you guys a link for it if y'all want to watch it. I'll watch it on here so we can hear it together. I can't believe I've been so lucky today. Bring some of the news data. Sorry I'm smacking your face. I'm just so hungry from being sick. 7 officials pencil in your rate cuts for 26. The median projection takes us to, which is the median of all traders, of all data points, is about 3%. So 3 to 3.25 is the final landing place. So that means no rate cuts in 2027 if we get the 2 this year. So we're likely that's it for 2026. So that's not very, very, very rate cut happy, but it's not bad either. We get a couple this year and we're done. Okay, press conference. Here's the link on YouTube. We'll watch it here. If you guys, it'll be like 10 seconds delayed, but if y'all want to watch it in real time, there's a link for y'all. And as soon as it's ready to go, we'll have a listening party. Do I want to? What's up? Okay. M System saying we see a end of year 2026 PCE inflation at 2.4 versus the 2.6 prior, and core at 2.5 versus 2.6, which is even better for the disinflation. That's good news. Good afternoon. It's going to blow at least 10,000 accounts tonight. Oh, 100%. 100%. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if this did sell all of this off and come back to where we started. I really don't think that this is going to rally from here. When Powell starts talking, when we're going to get those 2 rate cuts, it's going to be very important. If you want my opinion, we're going to end up right back down to here at some point today. Like a quickie little dive. That's why I did want to short off of this, just to make our way back down. We got exactly what we expected with slightly better economic data. So maybe it's possible that we pump down to there. The obvious thing right now is the momentum feels pretty heavy. All data is good. Resilience is fine. But this is going to be like news driven. Santa rally coming? No, I don't think we're going to Santa rally either. But I think we're going down today, to be honest. And down for the rest of the year. If Fed doesn't prove to be a bullish momentum trader, then the next couple of days are going to be pretty bad. Free Pringles. Hey, if at least you blow your accounts, you'll get a free one on the giveaway, right? Pretty small move for an FOMC. Yeah, I think it's going to get a little bit more wild when the press conference comes out. If he starts talking about, you know, how January is not going to be a huge rate cut month in February, I think the market might respond fairly poorly. Along with positive rest. Don't use resilience in the middle of moves. The market is too flat for resilience to give you a strong powerful understanding. So in this instance, I'm not trying to use anything technicals. I'm trying to just trade off of pivots and feel. I personally think that this probably have another green candle here in a second. And then I think we're back to where we started. This non-event, we got exactly what we were supposed to get. Why wouldn't we pass back through where we started? That's my thought. Nothing came out shining good except for the GDP projections. So yeah, that's that short I did want to take. Just to play that gap fill. The callback for the stream, it'll probably be an email or however you contacted me on. I have a list of how you guys contacted me. I'll reach back out the same way you reached out to us. Damn, should have taken that short. Yeah. We might sell off pretty hard today. We might not do anything. I don't really, like, honestly, I have no clue. This is one of those days where I don't really have a big clue. It can rally up, but I'm not going to take the bet. I'm in the boat that we're trading out lower for the rest of the year. That's just me, though. The market's being so volatile. It's not really that resilience doesn't matter. It's that the volatility can cause faster moves than all the stocks. They're out of sync with each other. In a normal non-volatile market, the stocks move and the index moves. They go together. But when the market's volatile, you can get kind of like they're out of sync and people are buying here and buying here. And it's also low volume and volatile at the same time. And it's a flat open. So resilience is just the polarity inside of this box. And when there's not a big gap, resilience is not the best leading indicator in the world because it doesn't take a lot for it to go positive or negative. And so in flat opens, we want to see it really strong to really trust that it's giving us a good picture. When it's not greater than 50 or less than negative 50, then we call it not strong. And as you see, it's not strong. It's not the greatest predictor of us filling the gap to the upside. Well, there's that move that I was trying to take earlier. My intuition was good on that one. I just pushed the wrong button. Why lower? Well, I mean, because there's not really any positive change. The news came out as kind of a wash to what we expected. And it just kind of confirms what we already thought. We're not getting a lot of rate cuts next year. 2 at the most, then probably no more after that. So we're not getting an aggressive rate cut policy. So I don't think it's going to create an effect on the market. Like we're essentially going back to where we started before the announcement came out, which is exactly what you expect on a wash. Nothing, you know what I'm saying? Did I close that accident along? Yeah, no. Anytime I update the screenshot, I'm fully closed out. I don't do it while in the position. Yeah. So my fund index, I'm fully flat on everything. I'm not trading right now. Not on this one. I'm waiting for the presser. Days like this, I've seen days like this before, where we sort of do here, then we do this, and then we do that. That'd be perfect. That'd be super perfect. Let's see if I'm right. I'm gonna say guess. This is my best guess. It tries to hold that gap right here, that space, and then I might, if it pops back up to close. Again, I've just been short-minded for the last 3 days. I don't know why. The lack of momentum and the fact that nobody's jumping in and buying all the stocks at the same time really has me sort of not really bullish for now. Around 25,640. I don't disagree with you on that, Jan, 100%. Or whoever said that. BDR, yeah, I kind of agree with you, man. I think that 25,640 is where we're at. Okay, good. Let's play with this one for fun. Let's just pop. Oh, that's a micro. Oops. That's all right. All right. Let's do a couple minis there. And just hold through it and see what happens. Let me smash the fun to next one pretty heavy though when presser starts. Because I don't give a fuck anymore. LOL. I really don't. Not for that. Tie color matters. Oh yeah, he's talking. All right. Oh, blue tie, everybody. Blue tie, short everything. It's over. Party's over. All right.
As a separate matter, we also decided to initiate purchases of shorter-term
purple tie.
Treasury
We're
securities
fucked, everybody.
solely
It's
for the
over.
purpose of maintaining
Oh
an ample
no.
supply of reserves over time, thus supporting effective control of
I'm just
our
kidding.
policy rate. I will have more to say about monetary policy and its implementation after briefly reviewing economic developments. Although some key government data have yet to be released,
First thing he does at the press conference is read the data that we just read.
At a moderate pace. Consumer spending appears to have remained solid, and business fixed investment has continued to expand. In contrast, activity in the housing sector remains weak. The temporary shutdown of the federal government has likely weighed on economic activity in the current quarter, but these effects should be mostly offset by higher growth next quarter, reflecting the reopening. In our summary of economic projections, the median participant projects that real GDP will rise 1.7% this year and 2.3% next year.
We already know that data.
Somewhat stronger than
You're just
projected
reciting
in
the same data.
September. In the labor market, although official employment data for October and November are delayed, available evidence
I
suggests
guess
that
it'd be
both
like it
layoffs
there.
and hiring remain low, and that both households' perceptions of job availability and firms' perceptions of hiring difficulty continue to decline. The official report on the labor market for September, the most recent release, showed that the unemployment rate continued to edge up, reaching 4.4%, and that job gains had slowed significantly since earlier in the year. A good part of the slowing likely reflects a decline in the growth of the labor force due to lower immigration and labor force
I
participation.
need that micro there.
Though labor demand has clearly softened as well.
Damn, I was wrong on that.
In this less dynamic and somewhat softer labor market, the downside risks to employment appear to have risen in recent months. In our SEP, the median projection of the unemployment rate is 4.5% at the end of this year and edges down thereafter. Inflation has eased significantly from its highs in mid-2022, but remains somewhat elevated relative to our 2% longer-run goal. Very little
That's
data
interesting
on
to see.
inflation
There's
have
some
been
buyers
released
stepping in.
since our meeting in October. Total PCE prices rose 2.8% over the 12 months ending in September, and excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices also rose 2.8%. These readings are higher than earlier in the year as
that's a
inflation
loss.
for goods has picked up, reflecting the effects of tariffs. In contrast, disinflation appears to be continuing for services. Near-term measures of inflation expectations have declined from their peaks earlier in the year, as reflected in both market and survey-based measures. Most measures of longer-term expectations remain consistent with our 2% inflation goal. The median projection in the SEP for total PCE inflation
About to
is
call this one.
2.9%
Call this one a day.
and 2.4% next year, a bit lower than the median projection in September.
I think a wash. I just think we need to be back to where we
Falls
started.
2%. Our monetary policy actions are guided by our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. At today's meeting, the committee decided to lower the target range for the federal funds rate by a quarter percentage point to 3.5 to 3.75%. In the near term, risks to inflation are tilted to the upside and risks to employment to the downside, a challenging situation. There is no risk-free path for policy as we navigate this tension between our employment and inflation goals. A reasonable base case is that the effects of tariffs on inflation will be relatively short-lived, effectively
Damn.
a one-time shift in the price level. Our obligation is to make sure that a
I
one-time
still-
increase in the price level does not become an ongoing inflation problem. But with downside risks to employment having risen in recent months, the balance of risks has shifted.
The 96 rejection there. I still wanted to play this whole range.
Balanced approach in promoting both sides.
My
of
guess
our
was that
dual
we
mandate.
would hit there and come down, but that ain't
Accordingly,
happening.
We judged it appropriate at this meeting to lower our policy rate by a 1/4 percentage point. With today's decision, we have lowered our.
He's just
policy
reading
rate
the stuff that you already know, by the way.
Percentage point over our last 3 meetings. This further normalization of our policy stance should help stabilize the labor market while allowing inflation to resume its downward trend toward 2% once the effects of tariffs have passed through. The adjustments to our policy stance since September bring it within a range of plausible estimates of neutral and leave us well positioned to determine the extent and timing of additional adjustments to our policy rate based on the incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks.
Okay.
In our summary of economic projections, FOMC participants wrote down their individual assessments of an appropriate path of the federal funds rate under what each participant
Okay.
judges to be the most likely scenario for the economy. The median participant
Not saying
projects that
anything
the
new. He's not saying
appropriate
anything new,
level
by
of
the way.
federal funds rate will be 3.4%.
He's just
at the
reading
end
the
of
stuff that we already read. That's why I teach you how to read it and we read it
3.1% at the
first.
end of 2027, unchanged from September. As is always the case, these individual forecasts are subject to uncertainty, and they're not a committee plan or decision. Monetary policy is not on a preset course, and we will make our decisions on a meeting-by-meeting basis. Let me turn now to issues related to the implementation of monetary policy.
The craziest part
With
about
the
this first
reminder
part of
that
the
these
press
issues are
conference, he's not
separate
saying
from
anything.
and have no implications for the stance of monetary
He's not saying
policy.
anything that we don't already know.
In light of the continued tightening in money market interest rates relative to our administered rates and other indicators of reserve market conditions, the committee judged that reserve balances have declined to
Maybe I'm just
ample
feeling it.
levels. Accordingly, at today's meeting,
Let her
the committee
ride.
decided to initiate purchases of shorter-term Treasury securities, mainly Treasury bills,
Back to where we
for
started.
the sole purpose of
Back to where we
maintaining
started. That's the
ample
call.
supply of reserves over time. Such increases in our securities holdings ensure that the federal funds rate remains within its target range and are necessary because the growth
Maybe I'll
of the
see if I'm
economy
right or
leads
wrong on
to
this.
rising demand over time for our liabilities, including currency and reserves. As detailed in a statement released today by the Federal Reserve Bank of New York, reserve management purchases will amount to $40 billion in the first month and may remain elevated for a few months to alleviate expected near-term pressures.
It'd be
in
hilarious if
money
Trump was
markets.
doing this press conference. Oh, I
Thereafter,
know,
we
right?
expect the size of reserve management purchases to decline, though the actual pace will depend on market conditions. In our implementation framework, an ample supply of reserves means that the federal funds rate and other short-term interest rates are primarily controlled by the setting of our administered rates, rather than day-to-day discretionary interventions.
I just like her
in
back
money
to where we
markets.
started.
In this regime, standing repurchase agreement or repo operations are a critical tool to ensure that the federal funds rate remains within its target range, even on days of elevated pressures in money markets. Consistent with this view, the committee eliminated the aggregate limit on standing repo operations. These operations are intended to support monetary policy implementation and smooth market functioning and should be used when economically sensible.
There's not a lot of selling.
To conclude, the Fed has
We might- it might
assigned
ju- it
two
might just
goals
freeze
for
up
monetary
here.
policy,
My guess might be
maximum
wrong, but-
employment and stable prices. We remain committed to supporting maximum employment, bringing our inflation sustainably down to our 2% goal,
Yeah, it's fine,
and
Jolly,
keeping
like it right
longer-term
there.
inflation expectations well anchored. Our success in delivering on these goals matters to all Americans.
More like,
We understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country.
that's more like it.
Everything we do is in service to our public mission. At the Fed, we will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Howard. Thank you. Howard Schneider with Reuters. Just first turning to the statement, just to be clear, we're on the same page here. The insertion of the phrase, considering the extent and timing of additional adjustments.
Damn.
Does that
Let's
indicate
go.
that the Fed is now on
Let's
hold
move.
until
See,
there's
there's
some
people
clear
just like
signal
dumping left and right. There's not a lot of momentum or
inflation
anything coming out of
jobs
this.
or the evolution of the economy along the baseline
Not a lot of like solid movement. It's just sporadic.
Yes, the adjustments since September bring our policy within a broad
Come on,
range
just
of
fill
estimates of neutral.
that damn gap right
As
here.
we
Come on,
noted
get
in our
right to there.
statement Today, we are well positioned to determine the extent and timing of additional adjustments based on the incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. That new language points out that we'll carefully evaluate that incoming data. And
Down,
also, I
down,
would note that
down,
having reduced our
down,
policy rate
down,
by
back to where we
75
started,
basis
back
points
to where we
since
started.
September, and 175
Back to where we
basis
started,
points
back
since
to where we
last
started.
September. The Fed funds rate is now
Back to
within a
where we
broad range of
started,
estimates
back to where we
of neutral
started.
value, and we are well positioned.
At least I'll
to
take
wait
that,
To see how the economy
and I'll take
evolves.
that.
And if I could follow up on the outlook there, it seems like with the additional GDP growth coupled
All right.
with easing inflation and a fairly steady unemployment rate, this seems like a pretty
Took
optimistic
a loss
outlook,
on one
for
and made a
next
gain on
year.
another.
What's given rise
that's
to that?
good.
Is this an early bet on AI? Is there some sense of improving productivity out there? What's driving that?
So a number of things are driving what's happening in the forecast. And I would say if you look broadly
I'm
at
up
outside
almost 30K
forecasts,
now,
you do
right?
see a pickup in growth in many of those now too. So it is it's partly that consumer
The
spending has
best
held
to
up.
ever do
It's been resilient,
it.
and to another degree, it is that AI spending on data centers and related to AI has been holding up business investment. So overall.
We want to hear his talk about
the
when rates are
baseline
going to be distributed throughout the
expectation
year.
for next year is, at least at the Fed, and I think with outside forecasters too, is a pickup in growth from today's relatively low level of 1.7%. I mentioned that
Back
the
to where we
S&P
started
median is
because nothing
1.7 for
changed. And
this
if you
year,
learn what I
growth
taught you on my friend
$2.3
TV,
for next year.
you can put those things next to each other,
Some
look
of
at the
that
two
is due
dot
to
plots,
the,
and
the
decide that
shutdown. So
nothing's
you can take
changing.
2/10 out of 2026 and put it in 2025, so it would really be 1.9.
And we are back to where we started.
But overall, yes.
Somebody's welcome to clip that if they'd like, but
For a few reasons. Fiscal policy is going to be supported. And as I mentioned, AI spending will continue.
the hardest part about shorting this is that you can take a lot of drawdown. You don't know where to short from. That's why why blind monkey shorting is so hard, because you can be crazy like that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for taking our questions here.
Very unpredictable, yeah. But the fact that we would return back to like the starting point is really all I cared about.
Kind of following up on what Howard
To prove
was
that everything's
asking.
priced in, so we're
Is
good.
the risk management phase of rate cuts over here, and have you taken out sufficient insurance, I guess,
Agree.
against potential
Oh, I made
weakness
30K.
in terms of the data we might get next week when it comes to employment?
So we're going to get a great deal of data between now and the January meeting, and I'm sure we'll talk more about that. And the data that we get are going to factor into
Build a
our
position
thinking.
starting with small
But
trade
yes,
boot
we
camp
have,
saved you.
if
Bro,
you go back,
very cool,
we
man.
held
Very,
our
very, very
policy
cool.
rate at, 5.4% for more
Very
than
cool,
a year
buddy.
because inflation was high, very high, and unemployment
Past
was-
5
in the
evals, that's the way to
labor
do
market
it.
was really solid at that point. So what happened is over last summer of 24.
Now I'm completely clueless. It's going to be random from here. I knew we were going to fill that gap. Super easy.
Show real signs of weakness, and so we decided.
Too flat for resilience to catch up. Flat choppy market. We're ignoring resilience today. This is just a technical play on the market overhyped on a non-decision or a non-changing decision that was all predictable.
Setting, and so we did that. We did
Today,
some cutting,
where I
and
drew
then
that,
we paused for a while to
where I drew like
work
that
our
was
way
my goal
through,
for my trade.
What was happening in the middle of the year.
Whatever I drew
And we
earlier.
resumed cuts in
Yeah.
September. We've
Guess.
cut now 3. We've now cut a total of 100.
That was a little. That's a little dramatic. But
we feel like,
maybe like DD
where
band.
we're positioned now puts. We're
I think that
well-positioned
somebody's
to wait and see how
decision
the
or somebody's
economy evolves from
comment today that we close closer to 640 was 100% right. Worst case scenario is like possible, maybe.
Big increase in the growth numbers.
But if it did that, I would still probably long it back up.
Is that an AI factor?
I think that's about where we close. This is just where we've been hovering for a while. This is the area.
Thank you, sir.
No, we'll see.
So it is. The implication is obviously higher productivity.
Being that this is the hover
some of
spot,
that may
I
be
don't want to make a
AI,
trade from here.
So I think productivity has just been almost structurally higher for several years now.
And guys, don't forget to subscribe to the channel, hit the thumbs up. We'll be doing a prop giveaway in just a second here. How many people, this is your first time coming to the Rock Scooter stream over here?
Of course, higher
Any first timers here?
enables incomes to rise over long periods of time, so it's basically a good thing, but that's certainly the implication.
Or y'all all been here before? Do mine are 50 or 150K account size mostly.
Clearly very divided. It wasn't just the two official dissents against the cut, but there were also
I have
soft
two
dissents from
100Ks and two 50Ks.
others. And I'm just wondering if this reluctance from several
That's the
people
four.
to support recent reductions.
First time this afternoon? Oh, cool,
suggests that
cool.
there is a much
Well,
higher
welcome, guys.
bar
All right,
for
first time, can you have
cuts in the near
$10? Obviously,
term.
everybody gets
And
$10
what exactly does the
$10
need
their
to
first time.
see,
Duh. Okay, all
if
right.
Things are well positioned right now to support.
What
the
kind of prop
January
firm do you guys want free accounts for?
Sure, so let me just say,
Tell me in chat.
as I mentioned,
I have thousands of
as I
prop
mentioned
accounts,
here before,
thousand prop accounts to give away pretty much every month.
Is that our two goals
TBT,
are
my
good
fund, TBT, my fund, my
right?
fund, my
So,
fund, my fund, my fund, my fund, and TBT. Tradeify,
interestingly,
Tradeify.
Everyone around the table at the FOMC agrees that inflation is too high and that we want it to come down.
Yeah, liking the new
And
Tradeify
agrees that the
Select
labor market has
accounts.
softened
They're really
and that
good,
there's
right?
further risk. Everyone agrees on that. Where the difference is how do you weight those risks, and what does your forecast look like, and where do you, ultimately where do you think the bigger risk is, and you know, it's very unusual to have persistent tension between the two parts of the mandate, and when you do,
All right, let's
this is
do.
what you
I'm
see.
gonna clean
And I
out
think it's
participants. Type in my
actually,
fund and futures. Let's do that. Let's give away 5 core accounts.
what you would expect. to
Celebrating
see.
FOMC, 5 core
All the
accounts. Let's go.
discussions we have are as good as any.
MFF,
We've had in
MFF,
14 years
MFF,
at the Fed. They're
MFF.
Very thoughtful, respectful, and you just have people who have strong views.
Remember with Fed, you're not trying to guess the direction. You just, the fact that it's a non-event, we're probably going to pass through that starting point and play around this area. That's why the shorts and longs just chopping were great ideas.
So fairly broad support. But it's not like the normal situation where everyone agrees on the direction and what to do. It's
Brendan,
more-
futures not allowed in your
it's
country?
more
Oh, I'm
spread
sorry to hear
out.
that.
I think that's only inherent in the situation. In terms of what it would take, you know, we all have an outlook in terms of what's going to come, but I think ultimately, having cut 75 and, you know, the effects of the 75 basis points will only begin to be coming in. As I've said before a couple times, we're well positioned to wait to see how the economy evolves. We'll just have to see. And we will get, as you know, quite a bit of data. I should mention on the data, as long as I'm talking about it, that we're going to need to be careful in assessing, particularly the household survey data. There are very technical reasons about the way data are collected in some of these measures, both in you know, inflation and in labor, in the labor market, so that the data may be distorted and not just sort of more volatile, but distorted, and that's really because data was not collected in October and half of November. So we're going to get.
I honestly can honestly see a downward finish to the year today. After this kind of lack of like strong momentum, even if we close up here, I think that we're gonna pull back for the rest of the year, and I don't normally say that or wish for that. But maybe not anything today. But I think that this is proof that we're about the 25,000 close for end of the year.
Very technical factors.
Without strong momentum, there's not going to be anything to push it up. The market might just drift slower for just some late last minute selling, but not crash out, but just roll down. I felt like I felt the market like
the policy path forward.
no cut in January, so like we probably won't get
I don't. I would say again, these are good,
something
thoughtful,
big
respectful
early into the year. So
discussions.
if you go to
And
Financial
hear
Juice, it'll
people
also
you hear many
parse out the
outside
data.
analysts say the same thing. I could make a case for either.
the things he's
for either
saying.
side. I mean, I could make that case. It's a close call. We have to make decisions, and we always hope that the data will give us a clear read. But in this situation, you have competing. If you look through the SEP, you'll see that a very large number of participants agree that risks are to the upside for unemployment and to the upside for inflation. So what do? You've got one tool. You can't do two things at once. So at what pace do you move? What
So he's talking about their dual mandate,
kind of thing.
but inflation is not going to be
It's a very challenging situation.
as big of a
I think
focus.
we're in a good place
He's just
to, as I
reiterating
mentioned,
why
to wait and see how the
raising
economy
rates or cutting rates, they move in opposite directions. Is why he has to navigate between the two data points.
Nick Timmeros of the Wall Street Journal. Chair Powell, there's been some discussion recently of the 1990s. In the 1990s, the committee did 2 discrete sequences of 3 quarter-point cuts, one in 1995-96 and one in 1998. And after both of those, the next move in rates was up, not down. With policy now closer to
The consolidation higher at the close, we might actually get him up here. We're on a 34.56. You are today's first winner of the 5. We do giveaways every morning, by the way, and every afternoon. You guys are welcome to come on the stream and hang out. On this current challenge I'm doing right now is a $100,000 personal account. So if you guys see on my screen,
as the next thing is anybody's
let me
case at
pause this really
point.
quick.
And I'm
Quiet, Papa Pal. All right. So this is a real NinjaTrader account. This is my account number on the screen. That way you know that it's a real account. It's the same every day. This is the net like 134,000 real dollars. So it's not a prop account. It's a real account. And I'm trading this account just to see how far I can go in the live account. And I publish my stats every day. Full transparency, full broker statement. Nobody does this stuff out there. So if you guys like watching trading and like watching somebody grow an account and show how they do it and all the trades they make, every trade is done on screen. You can see me push the buttons, and you guys are welcome to stay here and hang out every day while we do this. Be part of the
in the 90s.
Rock Secure community. We're the fastest growing live stream on the planet. Transparency is my focus.
No longer describes the unemployment rate.
I've been doing prop accounts just for about a year. Also, just on the side to go scoop up live accounts to collect them and pass all the games. So I went live with ETF. I've been live with My Fund and Futures. I just went live with Tradeify, and I'm about to go live with Fund and Next. In my first year doing props. And again, that's just to do it, just to show off and say I can do it. KYRGYS Sport Holding.
You know, I'd call it in a broad range
Kyrgyz.
of plausible estimates of neutral.
Oh,
But
the
that
2x7
will be
trees
the
are
place
working?
Which will enable the labor market to stabilize
Should be.
or to only tick up 1 or 2 more tenths. But we won't see, you know,
Type something
any
in
kind of a
chat,
sharper downturn,
buddy.
which we haven't seen any evidence of it.
He
all.
is
At the
here.
same
Excellent,
time,
excellent, excellent.
Policy is still in a place where
New users get 50% off of a pro plan. New on My Fund and Futures deal, by the way. For new users and never use My Fund and Futures, you get 50% off pro right now.
Inflation.
Very cool.
And as tariffs come through, as they flow through, that'll show through next
You asked me a
year.
question on Discord,
But as
Ryan?
I said,
Okay.
we're well past.
Remember my Discord? I get overloaded with questions, so it takes me like
But you know, we're going to start to see
a day or so to get through all of them.
tell us whether we were right or not.
Claire Jones, Financial Times. A lot of people interpreted your comments at the October meeting that, you know, when there's a foggy situation, we slow down to mean that, you know, there wouldn't be a cut now, there'd be a cut in January instead. So it'd be good to get a sense of why did the committee decide to move today rather than to move in January instead? Thank you.
Right. So in October, I said that there was no certainty of moving, and that was indeed correct. I said it's possible you could think about it that way, but I was careful to say other people could look at it differently. So why did we move today? You know, I would say point to a couple things. First of all, gradual cooling in the labor market has continued. Unemployment is now up 0.3 from June through September. Payroll jobs averaging 40,000 per month since April. We think there's an overstatement in these.
Start listening for Powell to talk about anything related to the schedule of rate cuts or any kind of doom and gloom about
just to point out one other thing, surveys
some
of
data
households
point
and
that
businesses
we may
both
not
show
see.
declining supply
Everything
and
on here
demand for
shows good
workers.
data going
So
forward,
I
and
think
nothing
we
that
can
he's
say
saying is indicating
the
that the market
has,
is in peril or in for
continued
decline.
to cool gradually,
over the long haul.
Maybe just a touch more gradually than we thought. You know, in terms of inflation,
Running the stops at the top, yeah.
It's going to come in a touch lower, and I think
25.8 today, pressing highs.
kind of growing that what's happening here is services inflation.
And when you think about like
coming
flat
down,
days and choppy days on
and
Deviant
that's
video
offset
source,
by
you
increases
think about how
in-
like,
in
you know, when we were
goods.
talking about today,
And
somebody
that
said, should I long with
inflation
resilience being
is
positive? And I was like, you know,
sectors
don't really
where there are
trust it as being a good
tariffs.
leading
So
indicator.
that does
But at the
build on
end,
the
the
story.
market,
And so
while
we're
trying
telling
to
a
sell,
story
has made
that
its way
this is
to agree
the goods inflation, which
with what the stocks are doing, but all that chop ahead of time. So when we say flat markets, it'll chop
more than
before
half
it
the
gets
source
there.
of the
Resilience
excess
is usually
inflation
never wrong.
doing
It's just early.
is tariffs.
In flat markets, it's just
And
really early and
you
really
say
choppy.
then, so what do we expect from tariffs? And I would say that is to some extent down to looking for broader economic, heat. Do we see a hot economy? Do we see constraints?
When does
Do
the
we
Apex
see
Legends split
What's going on with wages?
start
So
over
the
again? Is that
CPI
this week,
report
right?
today, it doesn't feel
I hear
like
that
the
there's
hot
new.
economy that wants
I
to
hear like
generate,
new octane pad is coming out.
Forbes curve kind of inflation. So
There's been
we
some
look at all
changes,
those
some pretty good
things,
changes coming out.
And we say that this was a decision to make.
Any of my
and it obviously
Apex
wasn't,
players out there now?
Unanimous, but overall, that was the judgment that we made, and that's the action we took.
And just on the ample reserves point, how concerned
Morning, what's up?
were people
What's
around
up, Salma?
the
What's up,
table
man?
about some of the tensions we've seen in money markets? Thank you.
I wouldn't say concerned. So what really happened is this. Balance sheet shrinkage, sometimes called QT, went on.
Apex 90% off now. Yeah, Apex accounts are 20% on another type of Apex, not Apex Legends, but Apex are 90% off all accounts right now.
Close to zero.
Been playing Arc Raiders? I know, dude. I log in every day and I look on your Steam and I see you playing Arc Raiders. I can see what you're playing.
Up almost all the way to interstorm.
It looks like such a fun game, man.
What it's telling you is that we're actually in reserves, in an ample reserves regime. So
I know. I keep logging in. I'm like, maybe Simon's playing Battlefield or something, and I'm just playing Arc Raiders. Maybe I should get it.
Came a little quicker than expected.
Carlos
but we were
Manis Kellogg.
absolutely there to take the
Carlos
actions that we
Manins.
said we would take. So, and those actions are today. So, we announced that
There's
we're
40K
resuming
people
reserve
watching
management
FOMC. There should be
purposes.
40K people
That is
watching
completely separate
watching us
from
trade.
monetary policy. It's just we need to keep an ample supply of reserves out
One
there.
more.
Why so big?
You guys are all gonna
The
win
answer
My
to
Fund and
that
Futures core
is,
accounts.
if you look ahead, you'll see that
Got 300K
April
Apex for
15th
20
is coming
bucks?
up. And
Bro,
our
what a
framework
cheap.
is such that we want to have ample reserves even at times when reserves are at a
What
low
a
level
cheap,
temporarily. So that's what happens on tax day. People pay a lot of money to the government, reserves drop sharply and temporarily. So this seasonal buildup that we'll see in the next few months was going to happen anyway. It was going to happen because April 15th is April 15th. There's also a secular ongoing growth of the balance sheet. We have to keep reserves, call it constant as it relates to the banking system or to the whole economy. And that alone calls for us to increase about
Should I short it, Yellow
$25
Line?
billion per month.
Or should I just wait for DD ban?
That's going on. It's also happening in the context of
Don't
a
do it.
temporary
Don't do it, Matt. Don't do it. Rana, Kyrgyz, Viva Gabor, Carlos Manins, and Rocky B. All right, what you need to do, the five of you. Hold on. Let me stop the pop-up real quick. The five of you, congrats to being winners. Today's My Fund and Futures core account. What you have to do is you need to go down to my Discord, go to the description of the video, go to my Discord. Inside my Discord, there's a channel called Contest. You need to go into that channel. Talk to Slacks, one of our admins, send them a message with a screenshot of your YouTube ID. From inside of your account. Tell me you won the contest, have an account with My Fund and Futures already. And then he'll give you instructions on how to claim your account.
As a useful model for thinking about what is happening in the economy right now.
I don't think it rises to that level. So I did think that
Contest. The channel's called Contest.
2019, where we cut 3 times, but this is such.
Thank you, Farina, for always helping out during the giveaways. Really appreciate that.
It's not the 1970s, let's put it that way, but we do have tension between our two goals. And so that's just unique
Upper DD band
in my
potential?
time at the Fed, and I think going back a long ways, we haven't had that in our framework. Our framework, as you know, says
Short DD band? I don't know, man.
That we try to take a balanced approach to the two things, and we look at how far they are and how long it would take to get them back to each of them back to the goal.
It's possible that there's a
That's
scalp off
very
of it.
Subjective analysis, really, but it just tells you.
By doing 100K to a million, yeah, I'll probably trade this that far.
Equally
Sure, why not?
threatened or equally at risk, you should be kind of neutral. Because if you're either accommodative or tight, you're favoring one or the other goal. And so we've been sort of moving in the direction of neutral. Now we're in the range of neutral. We're in the high end of the range of neutral, I would say, and that's what we're doing now. It so happened that we've cut 3 times. That, you know, we haven't made any decision about January, but as I've said,
No decision about January yet.
Wait and see how the economy performs.
Edward.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Edward Lawrence with Fox Business. I wanted to ask you, the inflation expectations has come down in your SEP report. Do you see the tariff price increases as passing through in the next 3 months? Is it a 6-month process that we're looking for that to end? And then because of that, is jobs the threat to the economy?
So with tariff inflation, you know, it takes, there's the announcement of a tariff, and then there's, you know, they start to take effect, and then it takes some months. Goods may have to be shipped from other parts of the, you know, it may take, you know, quite a while for an individual tariff to take its full effect. But once it's had that effect, then the question is, isn't that just a one-time price increase? So we actually look at it, you know, all of the announcements and what you get from all that. You see sort of for each one of them, there's a time period, and then it's fully in. So if there are no new tariff announcements, and we don't know that, but let's assume there are no major new tariff announcements, inflation from goods should peak in the first quarter or so, right, or roughly. You know, we haven't been able to predict.
That's
this with any
expected.
precision.
First quarter
No one
peak
is.
inflation on tariffs
But
makes
call it
sense.
The first quarter or so of next year should be the peak, and from here it shouldn't be big. It should be a couple tenths or even less than that. We don't really have precision on this, and after that, again, if there are no new tariffs that are being announced that will take 9 months to get fully in, and 9 months is also an estimate, then you should start to see that coming down in the back half of next year.
And I wanted to see
They're
if I
about
could
the
address
tariffs
sort of
affecting price increase. So it's like this
talking
logistical
openly
chain of a
about,
tariff
a new
making its way
Fed
down
chairman. Is
to,
that
like,
your
you know,
current
checkout
view right now
when you buy
would change
something.
your thinking at all?
No.
Mike.
Should you get 150K or both dirt cheap?
Back in September of
And 90% off.
2024, and the yield curve
Apex
basically
90% off sale is the time a lot of people just brute force past them. They'll just buy a bunch and burn through them just to pass their full lot of 20.
Bring down the yield on the thing that will move the economy the most.
So we're looking at the real economy and focusing on that. And you've got to, when the long bonds move around, you've got to look at why they're moving around. If you look
I guess
at
we're gonna
inflation
break-
compensation, it's
Probably
very
get DD band and
that's
pop
one
above it
part
today.
of
I guess we're not
is
selling off.
inflation compensation.
If we fight this yellow right here at
And, you know, they're
68.96,
very
68.96, it
comfortable
might.
levels. They're at levels consistent past the,
It might.
once you get out past the very
It might close
short
higher.
term now.
The yellow line is pretty good. Yeah, see how good that is, right?
At quite levels that are
Those
quite
calcs are pretty
consistent
solid, those yellow line
over time.
calcs.
So there's nothing
They're really
happening with
solid.
rates going up out there that suggests concern about inflation in the long term or anything like that. I mean, I look at these things pretty regularly.
I don't know,
Surveys
Kima,
are
I'm not
all
sure about the
saying
50K accounts.
that, the
Yeah,
public
Brad, see you later,
understands
bud.
Our commitment to 2% and expects us to get back
You
there.
have a good afternoon.
So why are rates going up? It has to be something else. It must be, you know, an expectation of higher growth or something like that. And that's a lot of what's been going on. I mean, you saw a big move, you know, toward the end of last year, which
See you
was
see you
not
later, man.
to
See you
do with
tomorrow.
us. It was to do with other developments.
Austin, wait. You got 6th place now on the Tradeify. Are you burning it hard or are you going cautious? What decision did you make for that one, Austin?
Are citing high prices, inflation as their number one concern.
Are you going to take it easy
Explain
for top
to
10 or are you
them
going for number
why
1? Micros? Okay.
prioritizing,
Good,
the
good.
labor market, which seems relatively stable to most people, instead of their number one concern, inflation.
So we, as you know, we have a network of contacts in the U.S. economy, which is really unmatched if you go through the 12 reserve banks.
Cena, somebody
So
said that somebody wrote in
we
chat
know
they like the
loud and clear
150Ks
how
better.
People are experiencing really costs. It's really high costs, and a lot of that is not the.
That was somebody's comment in
inflation. A lot
chat.
of that is just embedded higher cost due to.
It's the
higher
first
inflation
FOMC that you didn't blow up your account
2022
using
and
proper size and
2023.
risk management.
So that's what's going on.
Let's
And
go.
So the best thing we can do is restore inflation to.
It's good to hear. I got pretty lucky today. Even when I accidentally made the wrong trade, I got lucky.
Have a strong economy where real wages are going up, where people are getting jobs
Lucky me.
and earning money, and we're going to need to have some years where real compensation is higher. It's positive, significantly positive. So nominal wages are higher than inflation, for people to start feeling good about affordability, the affordability issue. And, so we're working hard on that. We're trying to keep inflation under control, but also support the labor market and strong wages so that people are earning enough money and feeling economically healthy again.
Hi,
What do you guys think
Victoria.
made upper dynamic flush? What do y'all think about that?
Follow up on that. I mean, this is now the third time that you've cut this.
I think that
year,
happens.
And inflation is around 3%. So is the message that you're sort of trying to send with that you're okay with where inflation is for now, as long as people understand that at some point you still want to get back to 2%, because inflation is
Do
relatively
you think we
stable
do
where it
that
is?
for the day, or you think we hit it? And
Everyone
then,
should understand, and the surveys show that they do, that we're committed to 2%
like a
inflation,
drop,
and we will deliver 2%.
like a 100-point drop off of it?
But it's a complicated, unusual, difficult situation where the labor
Pump
market
more for the
is
next
also
hour,
under
pump more after
pressure.
close. Yeah, my
Job
thought would be like,
creation
it
may
gets
actually
here,
be negative. Now,
and then it does
CPI
that really
has
quick,
also gone
and then
way
it
down, so the unemployment rate hasn't moved that much, but
I think it's over here. So
it's
I was
a
wrong
labor
that way it
market
would sell off,
that
but
seems to have significant
might be a
downside
pretty
risks.
decent
People care a
scalp
lot
off of.
about that. That's their
Maybe
jobs.
I might
That's
get
their
100
ability
points off of that.
If they get laid off or if they're entering the labor force to find work. So that's really important to people. The story with
900 was
inflation
big
and,
resistance, right? Yeah.
We're well
I know
aware
6 is
that
our
this
upper resistance target.
A story at this point is that if you get away
Pretty
from
calm right now.
tariffs,
Yeah, it feels really
inflation
calm.
is in the low 2s, right? So it's really
Yeah, this
tariffs,
late into the
and
day, I don't
that's
think we're gonna get
causing
something
most of the
super
inflation
tradable.
overshoot. And we do think of those as likely to, in the current situation, as likely to be a one-time price increase. Our job is to make sure that it is, and we will do that job. But right now, you've got this difficult balance, and there are risks to both sides. There's no risk-free path. If it was just inflation and the labor market was just really strong, and then rates would be higher, as they were for more than a year. We didn't have to worry about inflation. Sorry, about the labor market, because the labor market unemployment was very low. If you remember when inflation was very high, there was a labor shortage, so we could focus entirely on inflation. Now it's different. We actually have risks to both, and I think we're doing the best we can for people. They also care about their jobs. They do care about affordability, and the best thing we can do there is both to support economic activity, but also, make sure that when tariff inflation goes down and disappears, inflation lands around 2%.
Elizabeth. Thanks so much, Elizabeth Schulze with ABC News. Just to follow up, you keep talking about job growth being negative. Why do you think job growth is so much worse than some of the official data? Why do you think job growth is, to follow up on your comments about job growth, why is it so much worse than the official data is suggesting?
Oh, well, we know, I think I don't think this is particularly controversial. It's very difficult to estimate job growth in real time. They don't count everybody. They have a survey.
I'm looking for the upper green line to maybe scalp short off.
And so we expected, and they correct it twice a year. So the last time they corrected it, we thought the correction would be 800,000 or 900,000. I won't get the numbers exactly right. And that was exactly what happened. So we think that has persisted. And so there's an overcount in the payroll job numbers, we think, continuing. And it will be corrected. I don't have the exact month in my head right now, and that's just, I think forecasters generally understand that. So, and we think it's about 60,000 a month, so 40,000 jobs could be negative 20. And, that could be wrong by 10 or 20 in either direction. But in any case, but the thing is, that's job creation in a way, that's demand. Labor supply has also come down quite sharply. So, if you had a world where there's just no growth in workers and you really don't need a lot of jobs to have full employment, some people argue that's what we're looking at. But I think a world where job creation is negative, I just think we need to watch that situation very carefully and be in a position where we're not, pushing down on job creation with our policy.
I get this weird suspicion about this day.
We have seen major American employers like Amazon cite AI in job cuts. How much right now are you factoring in AI into the current weakness in the job market?
So it's probably part of the story. It's not a big part of the story yet. We don't know whether it will be. But, for example, if you look at, you can't miss the big announcements of layoffs.
Did I use my retracement tool to measure anchor to volatility expansion? Or is that not automated? No, it's not automated yet.
Cite AI. That's all clearly happening. At the same time, people are not filing for unemployment insurance. And since job creation, job finding.
Am I suspecting a surprise ending? Yeah, probably a pop.
Big numbers of layoffs.
And then this and this and this. And I honestly feel like the last 20, 30 minutes of the day is going to be here.
And you expect new claims to go up. It really haven't much.
I don't know
So
why.
It's a little bit curious.
Well, it is bullish
Longer term, though,
market.
the
I just don't
question
feel
is,
like.
what are we going to see here? And we don't know, but it's, there's a, it may be.
I don't know.
that in past technology, really.
My belief was that we would be
significant
pressing lower
technology
into end of the year
and,
close.
Innovation eras.
If it doesn't sell
you
off
have
here,
seen some
it will-
jobs
it will
destroyed and
tonight.
Other jobs made. Ultimately, what's happened for a couple hundred years.
VIX and VVIX
is,
dropping. Yeah, that's. I'm
you
also
get
watching
through
that
all
too.
You have higher productivity.
There's no
you
vol.
have,
There's
you
no
have new
like.
jobs and
There's
there are
no
enough jobs
death
for
to the
people.
market right now. No
This is-
volatility
this
right
is gonna
now.
be different. It's every time we have a wave of
VIX is just
technology,
dying,
you
like,
think, oh,
completely dying.
This could put a lot of people out of work. What are they going to do? In the past, there's always been more work and higher productivity, and incomes have risen. What will happen here, we're going to have to see. But right now is such early days. We don't think we see much. It's certainly not showing up in layoffs yet.
Thank you, Chair. Enda Curran, Bloomberg News. Given the breadth of views on the policy committee, why is there such a division of views between
Tomorrow,
the
red candle date.
on the committee?
Thank you.
Why is there such a division?
Very,
of
very, very
views
likely.
between the presidents
Yes.
and the board members?
It's not so stark.
We'll
as
see
that.
though. Like I'm not trying to go out of my own bet on it. In fact, Nvidia has had a down day today as well.
There's some of that, but I would say they're also governors and they're people in both on both sides in both groups.
I've been
So
shorting
we
a
don't do
lot
much of
lately.
that.
Yeah.
Okay, and just to follow up, please, given your growth.
When markets are choppy and flat, I'll trade. You'll see me trade both sides a lot more.
Impact if the Supreme Court is to strike down the
Greater market's bullish, so long trades are better. But you'll see me trading both sides a lot
I
more.
really don't know. It would depend.
I'm listening live on
It would
YouTube.
depend on a whole bunch of things we don't know. So I can't really help you there.
Christine.
Thank you, Chair Powell. Christine Romans, NBC News. I wanted to ask you about how the higher income households are really driving spending right now. They're backed by home equity and stock market wealth, but lower income consumers are really struggling with the accumulation of 5 years now of rising prices. It's price levels, not really the inflation rate, holding some of these families back. How sustainable is this so-called K-shaped economy, and what are the Fed's thoughts on whether that's a risk going forward?
So we do, through our vast network of contacts and just through our
K-shaped
observations
economy. What does that
going on in the
mean?
economy, we hear about this a lot. If you listen to the earnings reports for consumer-facing companies that tend to deal with low and moderate income people, they'll all say that we're seeing people,
A situation where different segments of the population economy recover from a downturn at vastly different rates.
Sort of thing. And so it's clearly a thing. It's also
The
clearly
wealthy
a thing that, asset values
do better and the
housing
unwealthy
values
do worse.
and
Okay.
securities values
Never heard
are
that term
high,
before.
and they tend to
Rich
be
get
owned
richer,
by
poor get
people who are
poorer.
the
That's what that
higher
means.
End of the
Yeah.
income and wealth. So as how sustainable it is, I don't know.
It's the first time I ever
Most
heard
of the
that.
consumption does happen by people who have more means. I think, the top third accounts for way more than a third of the consumption, for example. So it's a good question how sustainable that is. The best we can do is to have a, price stability and a strong labor market. And what we
Yeah,
saw,
I'm not going to tap a short
for
DD
example,
van.
what we saw at the end of the, the very, very long.
That VIX just dropping like a rock like that.
expansion that ended with the outbreak.
Probably
of the
won't see any
pandemic.
pullback till tomorrow,
We saw that
tonight.
it was 10 years and 8 months or something like that, the longest one in recorded history. In the
Hello?
last 2 years, most of the largest part of the wage gains were going to people in
Going
the
from what?
bottom quartile, the bottom part of the low and moderate income. So, having
Oh,
a
yes,
strong
yes,
labor
yes. How's it
market
going?
for a long period of time is really, really good from a social standpoint. It's helping people at the lower income levels, and that's what we all want to get back to. But we got to have price stability, and we got to have full employment, maximum employment.
And just quickly, you mentioned the housing market remains kind of weak. With these rate cuts that we've seen, is there a chance we're going to see more affordability in the housing market so more people can maybe enjoy that part of wealth creation? I mean, the average age or median age of a first-time home buyer is now 40 years old. That's the highest on record.
Yeah, so the housing market faces some really significant challenges, and I don't know that a 25 basis point decline in the federal funds rate is going to make much of a difference for people. Housing supply is low. Many people have very, very low rate mortgages from the pandemic period, and they kept refinancing and caught the really low. So it's made expensive for them to move. And, we're a ways away from that changing. Also,
that was the phone call, the inquiry I put in to franchise an escape room.
A lot of estimates.
So they set up the meeting for Friday. I might buy me an escape room business franchise. I love escape rooms. Cash flow is pretty good on these things.
We can raise and lower interest rates.
They do very well.
Have the tools to address
low overhead, just staff, repairs.
Housing shortage, a structural housing.
I studied the business model. Yeah. I've perfect location, perfect place in Houston to do it.
Thanks, Chris Rugaber, Associated Press. You mentioned on inflation.
Pickleball to escape room pivot. I thought about it. Yeah, there's a really good brand of escape rooms that I want to get into. That has the ones I've been to are fantastic. And this business model is actually cooler because they sell alcohol and they have snacks and stuff, so you can actually increase your sales a little bit by selling snacks to people.
Well, I think the risk of inflation is pretty clear to see, and that is, we see higher inflation. As I mentioned,
I don't know anything about the investment needed or
target is from goods,
whatever, but
and we think
why do I need to franchise? Well, I mean, I could build my own from scratch, but I don't have any
price increase and then come down.
I don't have any skills, artistic skills whatsoever to build a concept, to build the puzzles. I mean, the people that build this are professionals at set design. They build these things professionally. I couldn't make anything like that. I'd have franchises to do it. Hire you to run it? Bro, if I open it, I'll hire you to run it. That'd be fun.
Companies who are
be the manager. Hell yeah.
We'll just keep doing that. So you'll see you see that. I think the other possibility.
Yeah, just for the cash flow, franchise would be better. To make my own concept and try to compete it nationally or even regionally. That's something I really want to do, because you'd have to
I don't see that as
have a talent, a person that starts a business like that has a talent for building these things. I don't have a talent for building anything like that.
All across the committee.
Do I ever want to own a golf course? I never really thought about it. Probably not. I do love golf though. Play all the time.
And some people.
I hire you guys. You can trade while we're working. There you go.
I wouldn't dismiss that case.
You don't have to do anything in an escape room. You just have to run the game.
And this is the assessment we made.
In the daytime, nobody goes into these things. I don't know what the franchise fee is or what the initial deposit is or how they run with corporate. But I probably have to be the one that gets a construction loan if I need it. I'd have to buy the location. I don't know if they buy the location and I rent from them or I go rent it myself. Not really sure.
Yeah, I mean,
but they're the good ones. They're guaranteed profit machines because you put them in a place the perfect place I'm going to put it has nothing like it. So, and it's got tons and tons of bored suburban people.
I also think if you look at what AI can do and if you use it in your
they're looking for cool stuff to do.
I imagine many of us have. You can
just make sure people escape. Yeah, that's the best part. Hopefully they escape, right?
More productive.
Selling alcohol in an escape room, brilliant. Right, sell a beer too for
So it could have
$4 a beer or something.
While also having social and labor market implications that we don't have the tools to deal with.
Grab a McDonald's franchise, they're 1 to 2 million with good cash flow. Dude, McDonald's is huge cash flow. But I don't know where I would build one.
I don't know. The pandemic.
There's 1 million McDonald's. There's 2 down the street from me.
Do more automation and do more things with computers to replace.
You're working on a franchise I can invest in. Okay.
Productivity,
I'm at the phase of my life where I want to expand this way, different things, different concepts. Pickleball thing seems to have paused in its discussions. IDOC's still designing her fitness concept thing.
Where the neutral rate would be. But
yeah, so I'm very serious about possibly owning an escape room. I mean, we're huge fans of escape rooms. We do them all the time. Great cash flow. I'm a great business person. I do hospitality and restaurant business before when I was a kid. So I know how to run a business like that.
Of the Fed. Since becoming Fed chair, you've seen multiple trade wars, the pandemic, COVID reopening.
My backyard was beautiful, yes, but it wasn't beautiful artistically. I couldn't make my backyard look like Alice in Wonderland or pirate ship or anything like that.
My legacy. My thought is that
Start the rumor that some people never come back from the escape room. It would instantly be popular and irresistible. Oh, that's hilarious.
With the economy and
Like, I can have an Instagram for it and say, rip people who never returned, people who never escaped. Have like a black and white photo of a group and say like rip at the top.
That's what I want.
Oh, that'd be hilarious.
And, all of my efforts are to get to that place. They have been all along, but ultimately, that's what it means.
Just ask the patrons, hey, would you like to be
bigger things
in the photo on the website and say that you never made it back?
Is enough to do.
Relatedly, have you given
Cash's
any
Car
thought
Washes is
into- tell us
extremely
any more about your
extremely
plans on
successful
whether or not you
business.
plan to stay on the Fed Board of Governors even after your term as chair?
An escape room with the smash room. The problem with that is I don't like going to escape rooms that are like next to axe throwing or smash rooms or whatever, because the whole time you're in there trying to have your like immersed experience, like, you know, you're like in a dark manor solving the murder or whatever, and then you hear this like smashing of plates like through the wall. It's always annoying as shit, and it reminds you that you're taken out of the experience. So I've done an escape room one time with axe throwing, and like I'm in there trying to like open the thing, and it's like clunk, clunk, like the walls like clunking because the axe is right on the other side of it.
Are limited in addressing
There's that DD band tap and pull.
constraints, insufficient money in the bank.
An escape room called the Wormhole.
I don't know. I wouldn't agree that that's collateral damage of our. I mean, over time.
I had an idea.
over
Okay,
time,
I'm
we do
over
what we
this
do
with
in
Pal
order to
talking.
create
I'm pretty much
price
done for the day. I'm gonna take a break
and
before.
maximum employment, and those things are hugely valuable.
All right, Pal, you're boring me. I had an idea for an escape room that made it a marathon. Like, it basically, you had to go and then pass one level, and then you had to pass another and pass another. And to finish the whole thing, you had like 3 hours to pass it. And if you made it so far and ran out of time, you were done. You had to come back. You had to remember what you did so far to quickly solve everything again to progress forward. And then you get there and then you die and you have to start over. Patterning it after like roguelike games, like if you ever played Hades or some games like that, you go and go and go, and each time you fail, you're a little bit stronger the next time. And then somebody has to pass the marathon escape room 10 or 15 times to finally beat it. Pretty cool idea, right? So the idea is that, you know, in your first, you get 3 hours total, and it's really hard to pass it. And so you might only get a third of the way through the first time. It's a lot like Outer Wilds. Yeah, exactly like Outer Wilds. Right, just explore and see how far you can get, then you die and you gotta start over. And then redo everything you know, and then go through it again. And you'd have repeat business. Yeah, that was my idea. Because IDOC and I were sitting here like, but with the franchise, I want to have flexibility to build my own thing. But I was like, if the escape room thing turns well, and then I hire people to build out artistry and like, you know, construction crew to build whatever I want. And then I hire like an artist to come up with the concepts and a designer. Then I would come up with that idea, because I was like, how can we get repeat business? I would get somebody doing the same one 5 or 6 times. Because if you do one, you don't do it again ever, right? So I can get somebody to pay you 7, 8, 9, 10 times just to be on the leaderboard past that one. And you get these like crazy teams coming from all over the world to try to be, how far can they get the first time or whatever. You'd have to have a team. Yeah, they'd all have to come back together. Yeah, your team would all have to come back together the next time just to do it again. Give them a reset fee. Oh, that's hilarious. Yeah. So if they fail and then there's a timer, it's like press the button to add 30 minutes to the timer, and you could push it, call it a 1-up. Yeah. Charge everybody like $15 extra to extend for an extra 30 minutes. Bro, using prop for mechanics to make an escape room? Love it. The problem is that you'd have timing issues, because the other people, you have a strict schedule. So you wouldn't, in theory, that'd be funny, but you wouldn't be able to do it. Unless you had, because then the people behind them would be delayed on their game. But other than that, it'd be funny. I should give them a payoff for finishing it. Oh, that'd be hilarious. All right, I'm going to take a little bit of a break before we get out of here. This is that green line resistance target. I think that today we probably close long and strong. And I'll be taking tonight with a grain of salt. Tonight might be one of those days where we sort of like pull back and make it back to there. Although this was all good bullish data today. I don't think there was anything bearish other than 2 rate cuts and probably nothing in January. Might be a slow start to the year. Might be a kind of sad finish to today. Maybe we'll see. I don't know. But things seem to be okay. There's no real pressure on this market. I don't see a lot of selling pressure. So watch out what Asia and Europe does tonight. That's all I'm going to say. This is not the long I'm jumping in on for generational wealth. I personally think that we will close lower for the year. But that's just me. Boot camp today. Yep. We'll see y'all later.